So, if we ever needed any evidence that the American healthcare system is completely fucked, it would be that we don't actually want our citizens to get supplemental healthcare that would, how shall I say, alleviate some ailments without a pill. I really believe that that we are stuck in this like circular logic of a pill for every ill, because the pharmaceutical companies, they have us where they want us. I went to the doctor today, as a lot of the viewers have been here for a long time now. I have a terrible back. I have my C2, C3 is fused. I've had a number of shoulder surgeries, which all pull left. So my neck is constantly out of alignment. My back is constantly out of alignment. My shoulder blade unseats itself because I've had a dislocated shoulder. Once you've dislocated your shoulder, you have to be really, really careful. You have like a limited range of motion. And if you try to push outside of your limited range of, well, you have to do your physical therapy. But like you have like your green, your yellow, your red. You do your physical therapy, you push into the yellow. You never push into the red. Even so, if you've ever dislocated your shoulder, anybody who has will tell you, yeah, shit, I was picking up a coffee mug and my shoulder unseated itself. Doesn't mean it came out all the way, just means it's not sitting in the rocker properly. A chiropractor can fix that. Now, sometimes Europeans hear the word chiropractor and they cringe. Remember, an American chiropractor has a doctoral degree. They have 4 years of pre-med, and then they have the equivalent of a doctoral degree, but they don't have a doctor. They don't have a PhD, just like a lawyer doesn't have a PhD. A lawyer has a Juris Doctorate. Chiropractors have a doctorate of chiropractic medicine. Doesn't mean you're going to go to your chiropractor and get prescribed like antibiotics or painkillers, because they don't do that. They do something other. But your chiropractor's not covered by a lot of insurance companies. Went to the doctor this morning to get my dry needle. Actually, I was thinking I was going to be discharged for this round of physical therapy. And he was doing my dry needling. He was doing the dry needling on the left side. And he's like, yeah, you're all good. Everything's loose over here. He's like, but because we've been messing with you, you're now tight on the right. He stabbed me with the dry needle in my right side. And I damn near came off the bed. Like my whole body jumped. I'm still, they're called trigger points. I'm still triggered in the right side of my neck. Let's see, you say your girlfriend's brother dislocated his shoulder. And to my knowledge, once you dislocate it, it becomes more prone to it in the future. Yes. Not sure if that's true, but that's what was loosely explained to me. Yeah, what happens is once you've dislocated your shoulder, hips and shoulders, you really, really, really need to stick with your physical therapy for the rest of your life. On my bed, I have my capsule brace, so that in the middle of the night, if I wake up and my shoulder's not seated properly, I don't have to go looking for it. It's always on the side of the bed. So pop that right back in, because holy shit. You had to get surgery done for your shoulder since it was so prone to getting dislocated. Yeah, and the problem is, as I will always tell people, back, neck, shoulder. Avoid the surgery unless the surgery is you've done everything else. If I could go back in time and not have my first subacromial decompression, the most recent surgeon I spoke to said that is probably what started you. If you had just left all the cobwebs in your shoulder, you probably would have been fine. Been away from doing the politics show for a little bit. I wasn't gonna do it today again because of my neck, but I said, nah, I've missed too many shows. I mean, I was gonna just bullshit and stream, but I said, nah, we gotta hammer into politics. First things first, I want to talk about what happened to all the world's outrage. Remember a couple of weeks ago, Elon Musk became the world's first trillionaire, and I kept saying he's not a trillionaire. Because it's on paper, and everybody was like, no, he's a trillionaire. Okay, well, now what? I get it. People are upset. People are mad. People don't want a trillionaire rolling around. But where is our outrage now? Yeah, it's only, he's a trillionaire as long as his stock held value. SpaceX is down from 201 to 121. That's an $80 loss per share. There are people who are complaining each and every day that they lost their fortunes on putting their money in SpaceX. Why the hell would you put your money into SpaceX when it, like, sure, it sounds great. Mission to Mars, putting people in space, cool. Where's the actual profitability? And I'm not saying that there's not profitability. I'm saying, where is the profitability? Explain it. It's like if you could invest in the United States military. Cool. Let's let people invest. Remember we did? They were called war bonds. But let's let people invest directly in the United States military. Sounds great. But what do they actually do? Yes, Starlink is really their only high value at the moment. And if I recall correctly, Starlink is doing exactly what I said it would do 5 years ago. 5 or 6 years ago. I will be the first to say, if I know about it, I'm adamant that I know about it. But if I don't know about it, I ask a lot of questions because it doesn't make sense to me. Maybe there's shit I don't know. About 5 years ago during COVID, when everybody was around and we were chatting a lot on a lot of different topics, on a lot of different Discords, somebody explained to me that Starlink was going to, and this was in a gaming Discord, Starlink was going to make it possible for everybody to connect to every server in the world at a 20 millisecond or less ping. Now, I will be the first to always say, I don't understand what I don't understand, but that didn't sound right. So I did what I always do. I looked for the sources in my life that are subject matter experts, and I remember the comm guys up on base, and I took them out to lunch, and I said, guys, explain this to me like I'm 5. Is Starlink going to allow gamers around the world to connect to any server at 20 millisecond ping? They all looked at me and they said no. Because light doesn't even travel around the Earth that fast. They said, and the computer guys, the comm guys, they're saying, if you want a really good, just minimum floor rule of thumb, every handoff a system has to do is a minimum of 1 millisecond. So one satellite A talks to satellite B. You don't have to know how long that takes if you just want to prove it's not going to be 20 milliseconds. You're here on this side of the planet. Server that you need to connect to is over here. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 satellites. So you're going to go from you to here. That's one connection. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 12 handoffs. That, at the very, very minimum, is 12 milliseconds. At the very minimum. And then you got the processing time to kick you back the new packet. So we're at 12 with just handoffs. This 20 millisecond bullshit, it was always, yeah, that's the minimum switching cost. That's the minimum. And so when I explained this once on the show, somebody said, yeah, you're going to get 12. No. That's the minimum. That's the minimum. Now, we're assuming that each satellite instantaneously transfers the data, and there's not a 1 second processing time, 1 millisecond processing time. I grabbed it, I think about it, I kick it out. Now we're at 2 milliseconds, which is still, if we're setting the floor, which is still hella good. But now we're already at 24 milliseconds. I tried to explain to people, you can live right next to the server farm. You can live right next to the Amazon data center and still have a 30 millisecond ping to the video game you're playing because you hand it to the server. It needs a moment, a short, very short moment to send you back a packet of data. And you're living right next door. You might be 2 jumps away. Starlink will improve and will be the future. No, it won't. Starlink will never be the future because everybody who says it will be forgets a simple factor. Light travels at the speed of light. We have no ability to transmit data faster than the speed of light. There is a minimum floor to how good Starlink will be. I'm sorry, there's a ceiling to how good Starlink can be. Right? It can never get faster than the speed of light. Now, if we could get the whole world connected on a single global internet, I think that would be great. I think that would be fucking amazing. I love the idea of Starlink. I love the idea. I love the fact that Elon Musk said we need to connect the whole world. I think it is awesome. Yeah, Starlink will be the best thing when you aren't in a metro area where you can get a hard linked 2 gig connection. Starlink isn't the future of high-speed internet. Starlink is the future for increasing global access to the internet. Yes, exactly. Starlink is great for that Iranian, Iraqi camel farmer in the middle of nowhere who thinks he's a little bit off where he should be, so he can pull out his little portable base station, right? And then be like, "Oh shit, I'm a mile away from where I'm supposed to be." That's great. That's awesome. There's also a thing called a fucking Rand McNally Road Atlas, but that's besides the point. Yeah, disaster areas when the grids go down. Great. Awesome thing. I think it's great. I'm not saying Starlink is bad, but I'm saying when fanboys of Starlink started talking about it, they made it sound like all of a sudden we were all going to be on the Starship Enterprise. We're all going to be connected 24/7. And, you know, you're like, hold up a second. We're all not going to be on Starlink. Starlink in my area, like for my dad, absolutely. For my dad's place, as I've said, it would be the last bid I got to take high-speed internet out to my dad's house was $80,000. And when I was going to buy the house, I was going to move up there. I talked to the internet company. I said, hey, how much is it going to cost me to run internet out to my house? High-speed internet. They said about $80,000 because we're so far away from the nearest, you're so far away from the nearest junction, you have to pay for all the infrastructure. And when I said to them, cool, I'll do that, but it's a dedicated line. Nobody else can get on it. They were like, well, no, once we run it to your house, it'll be, I said, no. If I pay the 80,000, it's a dedicated line. Nobody else can be on my line. If after I install it, X, Y, or Z person wants to get on it, then the first person pays half, and that comes to me. And then when the next person gets on it, we each reduce down. Like, we have to give rebates to people. And they were like, well, I'm not going to pay your $80,000 so that you can then bring high-speed internet to a bunch of customers. That's bullshit. I'm not doing that. My dad's place is a great place where Starlink would be an improvement. He's got Dish Network. If it's cloudy, he can't get email. If it's cloudy, sometimes his phone doesn't work because his phone is connected through his Dish Network setup. I finally said to him, hey man, you need to run a hardline phone again. He's like, well, I get get it with the package. I said, Dad, I don't need you fucking on the kitchen floor trying to dial 911 and you can't get an ambulance because it's the fucking it's a fucking rainstorm. Yeah, I'd have to be creating the infrastructure in the area for everyone else to have internet, which is bullshit. But once I pay to run it, it's technically their line. Yeah, it works really well on mobile things like boats. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I've also seen one of the airlines is going to be offering Starlink soon. I think that's good. You had an old high school teacher hiking the Grand Canyon for the 4th, and it was cool to see a 300 MBS in the dead center of the canyon with Starlink. That's cool. That's cool. I think that works really well. But I saw somebody say it. I wish I could invest in Starlink, not in SpaceX. That's why that's why Starlink is under SpaceX. To give it some level of profitability. I think where we've lost the narrative, though, as a society, where everybody was all up in arms. Yeah, same thing with XAI. Everybody is up in arms that Elon Musk was a trillionaire for a minute. Well, he's not a trillionaire anymore. Where is everybody coming out and saying, oh, now I understand? They don't want to understand. They want to move on to the next topic. It's kind of like with this big thing with ICE. Everybody is up in arms about ICE and the way ICE behaves, and ICE shouldn't be allowed to go into American cities, and all this other nonsensical bullshit, right? But we have absolutely lost the narrative when it comes to making this country safe. Where is the... I have a... So everyone's talking about ICE and Donald Trump sending people into cities. He's not supposed to do that. It's against the law. Well, first of all, only the federal government enforces immigration. The state doesn't enforce immigration. The state doesn't have the authority to enforce immigration. The state doesn't have the power to enforce immigration. I hear a lot of people talking about, well, you're trying to deport just good people. I'm not interested in deporting the good people. I'm interested in getting rid of the criminals. Okay? I think before I show this one, I want to show the other one if I can find it. Yeah, we're going to show this one.
Tragic story out of Illinois. A 41-year-old Hampshire man snatched a 9-year-old girl off her bike. He SA'd her. How horrible. Hampshire man, you say. Okay, what's his name? The name doesn't really matter here. Let's just focus on the victim. He's just a regular guy. American as cherry pie. Go ahead. Show the photo. Say the name. Well, names can be complicated. Jaño Velasquez Muro. Yeah, he's from Venezuela and he entered the US illegally in 2022. It's an awful crime. We all condemn it. Well, ICE lodged a detainer against him. They told J.B. Pritzker to hold this guy. They did not listen. Immigration status isn't really the point here, except it is the point. Forensic evidence got him on June 30th, aggravated kidnapping, predatory criminal assault of a child. He faces serious charges. I see what you're doing and we're not going to politicize every tragedy. Except this isn't every tragedy. You see, this is what we call a preventable one. Sanctuary policies let him stay free. ICE begged Illinois to hold him and they didn't. Reform is needed, comprehensive reform. And comprehensive starts with borders. It starts with deportation. It starts with not releasing guys like this back into neighborhoods.
This is, like, I don't care what your opinion of Donald Trump is. I don't give a fuck. Right? I don't give a fuck what your opinion of Donald Trump is. If you think that the that the immigration policies that Donald Trump is trying to use are bad, then before you're allowed to have an opinion, do you have the courage and the backbone and the spine to walk up to the little girl who was sexually assaulted and say, your sexual assault doesn't matter? I believe state can enforce immigration under federal agreement. Like, I know my state has multiple local law enforcement and state troopers. Yeah, but remember, that's not the state doing it. Once you're in a memo of understanding with the federal government, you're doing it at the federal level. The state can't ask you, like, what your citizenship is, because you could say anything and the state can't do anything about it. Like, they can bring you in to make sure, like, you are who you say you are, but the state can't deport you. State court can't deport you. Federal court can't deport you. Immigration court deports you. If the state is like the Republican states, and I hate the fact that this has become a partisan thing, the Republican states work with ICE because they get they run your name and there's an ICE detainer for you. They take you into custody. But my problem with all this bullshit is all these people that are protesting ICE is bad, ICE is evil. Yeah, guess what? There is going to be X number of defects every million attempts at a process. I don't feel terrible about Alex Peretti getting killed because, as I've shown in the video breakdown, he assaulted a federal officer. I don't think he should have been executed in the street, but such is life when you put your hands on a federal agent. Period. Dot. Again, I'm not excusing the agents for killing him, but if he had kept his damn hands to himself, he wouldn't have been getting taken down and detained. And so if we're not willing to say shit, yeah, it was two wrongs. The people that try to say Alex Peretti wasn't at fault at all, well, then we can't have a conversation. I'm not saying it deserved to die, but I'm saying I understand. Now, Renee Good, on the other hand, Renee Good didn't deserve to die either. But when her wife is out of the car yelling at federal agents, when she's deliberately blocking the road, because all the people that say, oh, well, she wasn't deliberately blocking the road, blah, blah. The video, it shows she was only turning for like 15 seconds. Yeah, watch the other video. That's 3 minutes of her having the road blocked. I don't know about you, but it doesn't take me 3 minutes to 3-point turn my SUV or my minivan. I can 3-point turn that shit in about 8 seconds. Why are you making a left-hand turn over traffic in the middle of the block anyway? Again, I don't think she deserved to die, but I think there is something to be said when your wife is screaming, just go, just go, just go, but she's been out of the car. One officer is telling you to go, one officer is telling you to stop, and you don't have the common sense to not drive into the officer. This officer is saying, go, go, go. Get the guy out from in front of my vehicle, and I will happily go. But all of this aside, you want to protest Donald Trump's immigration policies? Fine.
Tragic story out of...
Go tell this 9-year-old little girl that her sexual assault doesn't matter. That she as a victim doesn't matter. Well, and then I know what people will say, oh, well, I'm not talking about that one. So which ones are you talking about then? Well, I think we should get rid of the criminals. You mean the 12 million people who are here illegally? Those people? Just like this perpetrator of this violent act was here illegally? If you don't like the word illegally, he was here unlawfully, in contrast to established written law. Because we can play whatever fucking word game you want to play. But this isn't...
I genuinely think...
This isn't a good look for J.B. Pritzker.
Genuinely think I have yet to hear a statement more tone-deaf and self-defeating than what J.B. Pritzker just said about losing the Bears. This is crazy. Here it is.
In Indiana, they're going to have to raise sales taxes. They're raising tolls. I mean, the question is, do people in Illinois want their sales taxes raised to pay for the Chicago Bears?
Why is that so crazy? Well, because JB did both of those things. This year, he signed a toll hike. He's raised other taxes and fees 57 times since taking office. Both of those things are happening to Illinoisans, and we lost the bears. So if you know we don't want those things, why are you doing them to us?
So between JB Pritzker being told about this violent offender that ICE wanted detained, losing the bears, raising taxes, raising fees, what the fuck is the point of our government anymore? Like, what the fuck is the point? I can't drive anywhere near my house now. I have to go all over hell and creation because the roads around here have gotten so bad. They got money, emergency funding, but now they have every fucking road torn up. When I say I live in a small town, I live in a town with exactly 3 roads out of it. I can go south and I can go out of my town, or I can go north and I can go left or right. If I go south and I try to go right, I run into Bubsville. Can't get through that way. It's like when I say if I go south and then take a left, it's 80 minutes to get all the way around all the farms and back to civilization, because it's nothing but mile after mile of farms. 10-mile farm. There's no road around it. Our governor is a fucking nut job. Has the quality of the roads gotten any worse since the Boeing plant opened? No. The quality of the roads got better when the Boeing plant opened, because once we're out of town, we get to, well, technically the Boeing plant is up by the airport. The Boeing plant paid to redo that road from the expressway down to basically, well, you've got the incorporated part of the town and the unincorporated part of the town. Boeing paid for the road. Boeing paid for it because they want to be able to come around. They want to be able to come south and make a right and go to the base. They can go directly. They can go up to the airport and go across to the base as well. The population of the town is 10,000. My thing for Good and Peretti was, if you hate ICE or think they're untrained, why are you putting them in a position where they have to decide to shoot you or not in less than 3 to 5 seconds? Because you're making split-second decisions that force them to make that choice. Yeah. If all the people are saying ICE is undertrained, then why are you going out there blowing whistles, honking horns, creating distractions, which are going to cause them to make mistakes, and those mistakes are fatal. But what if we lower taxes? Who will pay for the roads? It's a good question. The problem is, where the fuck is the rest of the tax money going? In my state, it's going to illegal immigrants. In my state, it has been found numerous times, state Medicaid cards being issued to illegal aliens, because if you're aware of this, a private hospital has no right, and I don't agree with this, but a private hospital has no right to turn you away from their emergency room trauma center, even if you have no insurance. The hospital is required by law to treat you, stabilize you, so that life will continue. There's 3 things you can go to an emergency room or a trauma center for and not have money, and they have to treat you: life, limb, or eyesight. If the injury that you have is going to cause you to lose your life, your limb, or your eyesight, they have to treat you. The problem is, because the state requires that, the hospital can bill the state and get paid. In order to bill the state, you have to have an identification number. Most states came up with the brilliant idea of putting those people in the Medicaid system. Why the fuck didn't we create a completely different system? I'm not even going to get into the idea of why we all don't have ID cards at birth. We have social security numbers. So why aren't we all like, I know this sounds like dystopian and Orwellian, and those who would give up liberty for security lose both and deserve neither. And I get that. But if you want access to services, you comply. If you don't want access to those services, then don't comply. My daughter has had a photo ID since she was, well, the middle child, the younger one has had a photo ID since she was like 4 weeks old. Because back in the day, you used to have to bring your baby into the Deers facility and they had to have their own ID card. Now you don't get your first ID card in the military till you're 10, which is fine. The other day I was driving on base. My daughter looks like an adult. My daughter is 5'9.5". I thought he was going to ask me for her ID. 10K population isn't very small compared to here. Heck, where I live, we have 500 to 600. Right. Let me stop you. 10,000 is small by urban politics planning. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. 10,000 is considered a small town when Chicago metro area has 5.6 million. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Like, makes sense though that you're from a place with 500 to 600 people. I don't like that ICE uses third-party security services for the detention centers. I don't like that ICE uses third-party security services either. I don't like that the U.S. government uses third-party prisons. I don't like it. The idea of a jail, when it's run by the country, is that the population is zero. The idea of a jail, when it's run by a third-party service, is that its population is full. It's why I don't like the fact that there are people that go into jail. There's a great movie called Money. It's with Alexander Skarsgård, the guy that plays Jaime Lannister. It's called Money. It's a really great example of how bad jails in America can be, because you go into jail for a charge that's 3 to 5 years, and you end up spending 10 or 15 years in jail because of all the penalties and additional crimes and violations you pick up while you're in jail. Of course, the prison, if it's run by third-party contractors, has a reason to keep violating you, and violating you in both ways, but finding reasons to put you in the hole and tack on time to your sentence and take away your good days. Because if suddenly the prison was empty, you wouldn't get paid. You'd be like, we pay you by the prisoner. I know this because I cannot work at ICE detention centers because I had to work for a security company that got the contract. Yeah. We should not have we should not have third-party security services for incarceration of anybody. Period. That should all be run by the government. Third-party prisons may be bad, but then again, I've seen government-run facilities and they're even worse. The sad part is I've lived in base housing that was run by the base on an Air Force base, and it was deplorable. I've seen base housing at Army barracks. I've seen base housing at Army posts. I've seen Army barracks. The government wants to do everything as cheap as possible. So they contract out to third-party services, which inevitably ends up in everything being as expensive as possible. At least you can further hold the government accountable. Most third-party companies, they'll just dissolve and go bankrupt. Yep. Most third-party companies, the reason why they're set up as corporations is because unless they do something especially egregious, the worst you can do is fine the company. But if you want to pursue criminal charges against the leadership, that's going to take you a long time, and you have a really high burden of proof to meet. Did they know what was going on? Because remember, not every report gets to the top, and a lot of times that's intentional. You have middle managers, and then you have upper managers whose job it is, they get paid really well to protect the C-suite people. They filter reports. The actual report never gets up there. A summary, an executive summary goes up. There was an incident at one of our prisons this weekend. It has been resolved. 2 injuries. Look further in, yeah, that it was 3 guards beat the hell out of 2 guys. When has the government ever been held accountable for anything, though? Unfortunately, the government isn't supposed to be held accountable for anything. The government itself isn't supposed to be held accountable. Individuals who are in the government and people in the government get held accountable all the time. Government workers go to jail, get fined, get fired, get terminated. Politicians get voted out of office. That's the level of accountability. The worst part about prisons is all the privileges they get and we pay for it. I do agree with that. I think a really large problem that we have as a society is that prisoners should not have a better quality of life than the poor. If prisoners have a better quality of life than the poor, we need to either lower the quality of life for the prisoners, which is the easy one, or raise the quality of life for the poor. Break. With that said, a lot of poor people do an awful lot of crying poor mouth because they don't want to dig in and work. They don't want to dig in and make their life better. They don't want to put in the 60-hour weeks, the 65-hour weeks to pull themselves out of the shit that they're in. I know too many people who are in debt who are only working 40 hours a week. If you're in debt, 40 hours a week is your minimum. Worked in a prison, don't think they have that many privileges, to be honest. Okay, so yes, prisoners should be in their cell 21 hours a day. But prisoners have yard time and rec time and TV time. And they get 3 meals a day. Granted, you can argue about the quality of those 3 meals, but they're better than what the military gets. As a reminder, if you ever want to be truly outraged about society, prisoners at the white-collar prison on Maxwell Air Force Base, if they are doing a field detail where they're away from their cafeteria, a hot meal must be brought to them. They cannot be given MREs, even though they'll be doing a field detail out by like the high ropes course. A truck will come out and bring them a hot meal. But the trainees, the officer trainees, are sitting in the grass eating an MRE. Can't give an MRE to a prisoner. Fails to meet minimum prison standards for nutrition. I might be harsh for this, but if you're on death row, you should have 5 to 7 years for evidence to be found, you to appeal, and if nothing is moved, you should be executed within the first decade. We have to stop the whole death row for 20 plus years. I 100%, President Jalan agrees with this. As you've heard me say, in capital cases, the way I think our court system should work, especially in capital cases, here's the jury box, and the jury box is contained. It's in a soundproof room. All the jurors hear through the speakers, and the glass is that really cool new glass that somebody can press a button, it can black out the glass. You've got the prosecutor, you've got the defense attorney, you've got the judge, and then outside of the room, you should have 5 judges who are the appeals panel prevention board. What I mean by that, prosecutor says, and that's when you discovered the gun, the drugs, the money, the cash, the passports. Objection, Your Honor. Hit the little button, take away the jury's audio, take away the jury's ability to see. Cool. Overruled. Now, all of a sudden, from upstairs, this particular judge is familiar with a new precedent that has happened in recent days. The judge picks up his phone in his room. The judge's phone rings. He blacks out the jury again. He listens. Got it. Understood. Hangs up. Brings the jury back online and says, ladies and members of the jury, you just recently heard me overrule an objection. I'm actually going to sustain that objection. We're going to be going on. You can't You can't ask that question, move on. Why? Because we want the appeal process to not, like, because remember, when they file their appeals, they can file as many appeals as they want. A lot of people are learning about the appeals process now because of Carmelo Anthony. You can appeal, like, you go back through the jury, right? You go back through the trial, and you don't put in, this was wrong, this was wrong, this was wrong, this was wrong, this was wrong. In toto, there were 19 things wrong. We think the culmination of these 19 things should result in a new trial. That's not how it works. You start at the beginning of the trial and you go through to the most egregious offense, the most egregious thing you believe was a mistake. You file your appeal on that. If you get the appeal on that, off to a new trial you go. If that doesn't work, you find the next thing and the next thing. Shit, man, it can be 10 years of going back and forth to just at the appeals level before you ever get over the threshold to go to the state Supreme Court level. We got to get through that bullshit. But you know what else we got to get through? Because I'm all about accountability. If a police officer is ever found to have committed perjury, you're done. You can't be a cop anywhere else. If you get convicted of committing perjury, you're done. You're finished. Now, if it's a situation where perjury is seen, but it's because of the horrible fucking standards that we have, were you aware of this? When? Were you aware of this at the time? No, I was made aware of that later. Why? Because we were at a scene and a lot of things were going on, and at the time of my arrival, I was not aware of what was going on. I became aware of that after the fact. Oh, okay. That's a little different story. But if you get found guilty of perjury, you should never allowed to be a cop again. Period. Dot. As we say, if you're a murderer, if you have a room with 100 police officers in it, and one's a murderer, and 99 of them know and don't do anything about it, you're in a room with 100 murderers. The only problem with executing versus being on death row for a long time is that sometimes people get accused of stuff but later found innocent. You're right. But that's not happening. That's not happening in today's day and age with the new convictions, which is why it's called ex post facto. It's after the fact. We changed the capital offense process now for capital crimes going forward. All the ones that are in the back, they still have to use the old process because they were convicted under the old process. They were arrested under the old process, tried and convicted under the old process. Their appeals process has to go through the old process. But Carmelo Anthony shouldn't get 25 years to life in jail. Carmelo Anthony should have gotten the death penalty. Why? Why are we going to take a young man at 18 years old and put him in jail for 25 years? The fuck is he going to do in 25 years? Not trying to sound cruel. He's going to get out of jail in 25 years, have no skills. He won't have paid into Social Security for 25 years. What the fuck is he going to do with his life? He's going to be 43 some odd years old, right? With no skills, no job history. The fuck are we going to do with him? We're already struggling to take care of the people in our society that we have now. The problem is Texas has 18 different variations. He can figure it out. The problem is he can't figure it out. He can't figure it out. He'll get out and he'll be a burden on society. Society's going to have to house him, feed him, clothe him. And I get what some people are going to say. Well, it was a mistake. No, it was a fucking crime. It was the crime of murder. Was he tried as an adult? Yes, he was tried as an adult. Do you think prisons should have labor options and learn a skill or trade for when you leave? Yes. Instead of TV time and yard time and rec time. For example, You get a kid, I won't say a kid, you get an individual, goes to jail. I'm just going to do 20 because it makes my life easy. 20 years old, goes to jail for 20 years. This individual will be 40 when they get out. Now, we take a look at this individual, and they do not have a high school diploma. So the very first thing we're going to say is this. If you get your GED while in prison, we will take off 2 years. If you get your GED, we will take off 2 years. If you get your associate's degree, we'll take off another 2 years. If you get your bachelor's degree, we'll take off another 2 years. Well, you're rewarding them. No, I'm not rewarding them. I am creating a situation where they are going to be able to walk back into society and be a productive member of society. So maybe it's not your bachelor's degree. Maybe it's your electrician certificate, or your plumber's, or your mason, or your automotive mechanic. Because right now we have a major problem in the United States when somebody matriculates out of prison. They can't get a fucking job. They can't get a fucking job because they have no job skills, and break, they have a criminal record. We have created too much entitlement of information, right? We have created too much entitlement. You do not need to know every single thing about a person and their entire history before you hire them. Case in point, your criminal record should not be publicly available. Your criminal record, there should be a phone number that you have to call if you're checking to see if somebody is criminally ineligible to work for you. For example, you went to jail for white-collar bank fraud. I'm a bank. You bring in your resume. I think you're a great fit. I call the criminal background number and I say, hey, Sir Brewski is here. Social security number, da-da-da-da-da-da. And they're like, okay, authenticate. Red, orange, black. Oh, red, orange, black. You're a financial institution. No, that individual is not eligible to work for you. Because they've committed financial crimes. You're a financial institution. That individual isn't eligible to work for you. Period. Dot. You get a sex offender that gets out of jail. You're a school. No. You cannot mistakenly kill someone in a direct violent attack. Sure you can. You go to punch someone, you miss, you hit another person and kill them. You intended to kill somebody. I'm sorry that your brain can't catch up with this. The moment you choose to cross over the threshold of violence, okay, you didn't mistakenly kill somebody in a violent act. You killed the wrong damn person. You still chose to be violent. See, your statement right there, you are a walking, talking, indicative example of the problems we have in America of it's not my fault. Look, somebody pulls out a gun and puts a gun up to my child's head in a crowd. My wife and I both draw down. I take the shot, I miss the guy, I go wide, I kill somebody else. I'm sorry I killed somebody else. I acknowledge that I killed the other person. My affirmative defense is going to be, I was attempting to save the life of my child. Where the fuck were the police? That's my affirmative defense. I didn't intend to kill that person, but I killed him. I was intending to kill the motherfucker with the gun to my child's head. We have become a society of fucking excuses. And because we have become a society of fucking excuses, everybody, we have the automaticity of lying. What the hell? Hey, don't do that. We have the automaticity of lying in society because everybody knows, but everybody pretends like they don't know. Like my daughter, when she was in school, long time ago, my daughter got dress coded. And I didn't have a problem with the fact that my daughter got dress coded. I had a problem with a male teacher dress coding my daughter and the articulate detail on the dress code, while I walk into the building and half of the boys have their fucking pants down around their ass. And what I said is, this dress code write-up is really, really explicit, not specific, explicit. Why the fuck is the teacher spending that much time looking at my teenage daughter's ass? When I was a teacher, I didn't dress code any females, and my partner female teacher didn't dress code any males. If I thought there was a problem with something a young lady was wearing in my classroom, I just, in that couple of minutes of arrival time, I just walked across the hallway and said, "Hey, Heather," and we both knew, "Hey, Jalan," right in that passing period, means I've got a dress code violation. Heather walked into my room, I didn't even need to point out the fucking girl. Heather walked in and she said, "Nope, go to the dean. Get the fuck out." Why? Because then a female teacher dress coded the female student, and when I would see the guys hated coming down to room 179. Because the first guy that had his ass hanging out of his pants, I would just be like, "Gentlemen, they're called belts. They keep your pants on your waist. Let's cinch them up." And then you'd hear fucking belts getting fixed all the way down the hallway because, shit, Mr. J's gonna be a hard ass today. The problem is, people listen to that voice in their head to tell them to hit the snooze button or tells them they can do it tomorrow. You're right. A friend of mine, many, many, many moons ago, 27 years ago, this quote, my friend, she was a great person. She used to get on my ass about the fact that I was dawdling on my master's thesis. She said, you are gifted enough to be brilliant, and you're fucking around. She's like, "I would love to go to college, but I'm too dumb." And I said, "I'll get to it." And I'll never forget, she looks at me and she says, "Procrastination is like masturbation. You're only fucking yourself." And I'm like, damn. That's powerful shit. You can do it now or you can do it later, but you're going to have to get it done. And if you wait, it's probably going to be worse. You can put the dishes in the dishwasher now, or you can put the dishes in the dishwasher later. But later, they're going to be dirty, moldy. The food's going to be soaked on. I do the dishes right after dinner. I rinse them, I put them in the dishwasher, I turn the dishwasher on. It's just easier that way. Just easier. Honestly, it's why, like South Carolina, we have no degree of murder charges. It's either murder or manslaughter. The problem with having no levels of murder and no levels of manslaughter, there is a problem there. Okay? And the problem there is, what do you do about premeditated murder versus crime of passion? Does your state have like additional add-ons for the penalty that the judge can impose? Because I mean, there's a huge difference between me putting a hacksaw, an axe, a blowtorch in my garbage bags, renting a wood chipper, driving to your house and disappearing you, versus crime of passion almost always falls under manslaughter. Okay, but if I'm in a bar, right? I have the one scenario where I put all the tools into the trunk, I drive to your house and I kill you. And then we get the other one where I break a bar bottle and I stab you. That's Europeans have a hard time understanding, because we have 50 states and we have 50 different definitions of murder, 50 different definitions of manslaughter. What's going on? Hello. What do I think would be the final outcome of the war? Regime change in Iran, or America completely backs off? Holy fuck, man. Donald Trump amazes me about his inability to handle Iran. First of all, U.S. soldier killed and 1 injured after Iranian attack in Iraq. The U.S. military says a service member was killed after an Iranian attack in northern Iraq on Saturday. a day after an attack on a base in Jordan killed 2 SU soldiers and left another missing. CENTCOM said the individual was killed during a controlled detonation of an unexploded ordnance from a downed aircraft attack drone, which also wounded a second service member. It comes as the U.S. and Iran exchange strikes for 8th day of escalating attacks. But I thought we had a fucking peace treaty. I thought we had a ceasefire. The reason why the ceasefire was always going to be a load of bullshit was, and again, I love this. I love the Crusader Kings 3 analogy that I say to this, right? In Crusader Kings 3, it teaches you a lot. I think the society could learn a lot about a lot of things. So in Crusader Kings 3, you have the attacker and you have the defender. And there's one country under each. And then you have all the allies, right? And what people don't get is that in the war in Iran, Donald Trump thought that he was the attacker. Israel is the attacker. Donald Trump thought the war was over. Donald Trump is over here and he's saying the war is over, the war is over, the war is over. And there's Netanyahu looking at him saying, bitch, the war is over when I say the war is over. This isn't your war. This is my war. This is my fucking war. I invited you to this war. I know this is a new thing for the United States because you're used to starting all the wars on the whole fucking planet. Israel is like, nah, bitch, this war is over when we say it's over. We're taking the West Bank. We're taking the Gaza Strip. We're dealing with Hezbollah. We're dealing with Hamas. We're gonna get it. Like, Israel's like, we're gonna fucking get around, and we're gonna fucking get the Houthi rebels too. Yeah, the ceasefire ending could be basically summarized as then Israel started blasting, but Iran didn't break the fucking fucking ceasefire. Iran didn't break it. The United States did. The United States bombed a target in Iran. Yeah, we broke it because Donald Trump got mad and pissy. So he bombed something. This is where Donald Trump doesn't fucking qualify as a head of state. The winning side doesn't need to be told they've won. The winning side decides when they're done. We're orchestrating a $300 billion reparations package. Why? The reason why is Donald Trump didn't understand. He didn't read the fucking book. Pretty sure Iran... Let's find out. Let's find out. Let's dig up who broke the ceasefire first. Because I'm 99.9% sure the US broke it because I saw it while I was on vacation. I was like, oh, well, that fucking makes sense. So on June 25th, Iran attacked a commercial vessel in the Strait with a drone, which they're allowed to do. Why? Because the deal wasn't done. Iran, now, by international law, you cannot control a strait unless you control both sides of it. This is the important part. What Iran's action was illegal according to international law. But the United States retaliated with limited strikes inside Iran. Unless Iran fired at the United States or Israel, the United States is not the enforcement agency for international law. And this is something that somebody needs to write on Donald Trump's cue cards and for every president here thereafter. The United Nations is a toothless tiger because it doesn't have the ability to enforce anything without a vote. It doesn't matter. Stop with the gotta ping. Stop with the fuck what Israel did. Israel didn't sign the memo of understanding. Israel is not at the negotiation table because Israel said, we're not negotiating. Iran telling the United States if Israel does something, it breaks the ceasefire is irrelevant because Israel didn't sign it. As I said, this is Israel's war with the U.S. on their team. And Donald Trump thinks he can make Israel do anything. But in the MOU, it was right. It doesn't matter. Okay, watch this. Ready? Got it, ping. I'm going to give you a really easy way for you to figure this out. Salty Bread and I are having a conversation, and I give Salty Bread assurances that I won't encroach on his land, and if I do, he can feed you feet first through a wood chipper. Does that sound like a good deal for you? Because you have absolutely no control over me. But I'm saying that he can kill you if I do something. Doesn't sound like a good deal for you. Sounds like a great fucking deal for me because I can do whatever I want and I don't pay the penalty. The problem is everybody keeps saying Israel did. Israel wasn't even at the negotiations. Israel categorically, flat out said, we are not signing a peace deal with Iran. It's not like they're mixing words here. They literally said, don't put us in any fucking deals because our war with you is separate than the US's war with you. We don't give a fuck. Yeah, Trump decided to negotiate for Israel without the power to do so, the same way he decided to negotiate for Zelensky without the power to do so. Think of it this way. About a year ago at this point, Donald Trump had arranged peace between Russia and the Ukraine as long as Ukraine gave up all their eastern grain land. And Zelensky was like, how about no? And now, a year later, 180,000, 200,000 Russians have died this year. Ukraine is not only getting ready to push Russia out of their country, they may take Crimea back in the process. So much for Donald Trump's negotiation. The embarrassment that happened to the United States with Donald Trump's fumble fucking of Iran is that, and President Obama made a similar faux pas years ago. To talk about President Obama's first, sexual assaults were on the rise in the military. President Obama came out and said, it is my expectation that upon a conviction, and I'm paraphrasing, upon a conviction, every convicted military member who commits a sexual assault will receive the maximum penalty. And that immediately fucked sexual assault prosecutions up for the rest of his administration. Because that's my commander-in-chief. My commander-in-chief has just issued me an order that if this asshole is convicted, I am to give the maximum penalty. And every fucking panel for about 3 months did that. You saw fucking maximum penalty coming out upon conviction. And then all those convictions were appealed and overturned because the process was unfair because of what President Obama had said. Donald Trump says, I'm going to bomb civilian infrastructure. But then the world says you can't do that. Fuck it. You want to win a war? You bomb the civilian infrastructure. And then after you've already done it, say, I did it to end the war. You can't talk out your ass and then wonder why that binds your hands. Why can't I win? Because, as General Patton said, no one has ever won a war by dying for their country. They've won a war by making the other poor bastard die for his. How do you stop Iran? Back up their military like cordwood. 1.8 million dead. We can keep going. We can keep going. How is Ukraine winning? Stacking up Russians, 30K a month. Instead of people looking at the Ukraine situation and say, how terrible it is for Ukraine, people keep jumping on this Nazi bullshit. Look, they're upset because one of the drone brigades in the Ukrainian military is calling themselves the Luftwaffe. Air vehicle. Air vehicle. That's all the fuck it means. It means air vehicle or air weapon. Air vehicle. Trump clearly didn't want an invasion, but the decapitation strikes they did during the first days of the war was literally the greatest chance of it for the least amount of American blood to be spilled. Here's the thing. We cannot win a ground war in Iran because we cannot wage a ground war in Iran. Because over the last 30 years, over the last 36 years, we have dismantled the United States military to numbers so small. We could take every swinging dick in the military, put him in Iran, and it's not enough people. It's not enough people. Because remember, and this is what people who were never in the military don't understand, there is X amount of people needed to go in and kill the enemy, and there's X amount of people that are needed to go in and hold an area. We fought for the same fucking bridge in Fallujah 3 fucking times. Because we would go in, we would wipe out all the insurgents, and then we would leave, and then new insurgents would come in, or the insurgents that escaped would come in. And when asked, well, why do you have to keep fighting in Fallujah? The military commanders can't tell you the answer. It's because I need 10,000 guys. I need to build a fucking garrison right there and have 10,000 men right here for this little tiny fucking town. Because people are like, well, why 10,000 guys? Okay. How many guys do you need awake at any given time? Yeah. Okay. Triple that. Because sure, you can work on 12s. And I'm not saying that for a short period of time you can't work on 12s. If you need 5,000 people to secure this area, then you need 20,000 people stationed there. Because you need 8s, and then you need all the support things on the base. You need the cooks, you need the medics, you need the comm people. So Trump clearly didn't want an invasion because Iran knows he can't invade. Did you hear about the shit with Walmart over the weekend? No, but the people of Walmart never cease to amaze me. Would have been great if we were never involved in the first place. Sure. It would have been great if we were never involved in the first place. Remember, about 4 months ago, before all this bullshit, gas was about $2.79 to $3.10 a gallon. Donald Trump decides to fuck with the whole global supply line. Gas hit $5.09. People don't understand. And because of a lack of understanding, people are like, well, why is the U.S. selling crude oil? Because we don't have the refining capability for it. Which is why when Donald Trump said drill, baby, drill, and everybody was excited because Donald Trump was promising gas was going to get down to under $2 a gallon, $1.50 a gallon. We're going to see the days of 99-cent gas again. First of all, you ain't never going to see the days of fucking 99 cents again. The only way you're going to see the days of 99 cents gas again is going to be at a one-off gas station because, number one, somebody fucked up and placed a hard delivery order and they got to get room in the tank. Or number two, that gas station is either closing permanently or closing temporarily and they still have gas in the tank and they got to get it out of there. They have a leaking tank or something. So they got to get it out instead of, because remember, when the repair people come in, they drain the tank and the product's theirs. Plus, draining gasoline is a dangerous fucking proposition anyway, because the vapors are so volatile. You want to fucking pump that shit. Hey, mark the gas down to 59 cents a gallon. Fucking get it the fuck out of here. Let's see. It's a screwed up situation. If we go in and occupy, we're invaders. But the same Iranians want regime change, won't step up. Yeah. I know this sounds mean, and I know this sounds cruel. I understand it sounds like hurtful. An exterior influence cannot motivate people to an internal civil war. And what Iran needs is a civil war. Yes, Iranians do want a regime change. Iranians do want a regime change, but here is the piece that don't understand. They want a regime change, but they don't want to be pro-Western democracy either. They want a regime change. They want a different foot in the boot. They don't want an outside force dictating it. This is where it's really hard to get into the nuts and bolts of things. Saddam Hussein, fucking lunatic. His brother was feeding people to lions and threw wood chippers. Shit's fucked up. A dictatorship is bad when you're cruel. But you went into Iraq, you destabilized the whole country, and then all of the people were suffering. All of the people couldn't get food. All the people couldn't get clean water. Instead of some of them. Right now, I struggle with America telling anybody, I struggle with America going into any other country for any reason, saying we need to do X, Y, or Z, because 54% of Americans read at or below the 6th grade level, which means you have wholly failed your society. 1 in 6 now American children live in crippling poverty. 100 million people in America suffer from some level of food insecurity, from minor to severe. I want you to hear this number. There's 340 million people in America. There's approximately 60 million documented migrants and approximately 12 million undocumented migrants. Okay? So when we do the math, we do 300 minus 72 million. We have 228 million Americans living in America, and the country is bloated with non-Americans living in America. But of the 228 million, 100 million people have some level of food scarcity, food insecurity. Now, so that you're aware what that spectrum includes, that spectrum includes all the way to I have no food and no means to get food, up to I have food to get me through to my next payday. Because that's how we gauge food insecurity. Do I have enough to buy food right now? No. Do I have enough food to get me to when I can buy food? Yes. Okay. Does food scarcity implies poverty? Yes. Food scarcity implies poverty. It is one of the it is one of the key factors of poverty. Because remember, Maslow's hierarchy of needs: shelter, clothing, water, food, air. Air is, if you don't have air, we're not going to be around long enough to dictate the problem to you. If you don't have those 4 things in secured form, you're in poverty. Period. Dot. Which is why communism and socialism, people don't understand. Communism and socialism. Communism, absolutely. Socialism, depending on where you are in the timeline. Poverty takes over in socialism. So 100 million out of 340 are in poverty. That's like 27%. Right, but you got to take out the immigrants. You got to take out the immigrants and the illegal aliens. Remember, we have a lot of people in this country that live on $15,000 to $25,000 a year. That's really fucking rough. Let's see. You're posting a bunch of shit to me. I will grab those in case I can get to them. If that's not enough disruption, then the protesters aren't as popular as they claim to be. Oh. Based on what I'm reading, 52 senior leaders have been killed by joint operations and 6K killed, 15K wounded. Right. Keep in mind the threshold of poverty in the U.S. is very high compared to every other country. Right, which is why I absolutely despise when they say this is what is poverty in America and this is what is poverty in another country. Because it pisses me off because it makes it seem like things are good in America. But the problem is if you took that person making $15,000 a year and put them in another country, they'd still be in poverty because there's not a $15,000 a year job for them. All these people that are against deportation, I said, if you're against deportation, go to that 9-year-old little girl and say your sexual assault doesn't matter. Go to all the homeless people and say your homelessness doesn't matter. Why? Because if you suddenly took out 60 to 70 million people out of America, the housing crisis solves itself. The job crisis starts to solve itself. It's just unreal. Let's see. Are we going to blame Hunter Biden when we pull out of this one in 20 years? Probably. The rules of engagement for Afghanistan are incredibly fucking stupid too. Imagine telling US soldiers you can't shoot the enemy until they shoot at you first. Fucking hell, even the English shot first when standing in a line. I think this is something that people have to understand. Why isn't the US military able to win wars anymore? Because they are forced to follow stupid rules of engagement. You're pointing a weapon at me. I can't fire at you until you fire at me. Look, it's because of a lack of understanding. The US military didn't figure out until later on. You don't go into a town in Iraq and collect all the weapons. Because, that's like cutting off their nutsack. When you get a weapon passed down to you, you're a man. That's what the fucking US forces, the people that were giving the US forces didn't order. Our way to ensure security is that we're going to come in and we're going to collect all the weapons. You might as well cut off their nuts because you're demasculating them. Most of the time, their guns are on them. Like kids are carrying guns like American kids carry baseball bats. What you don't understand is it's a fucking part of their way of life because there's goddamn people. There is a literal fucking physical threat to that village all the time. The reason why the fucking less than desirables don't come fuck with the village is because they know every man and every older boy is armed. That's why. And the US says, oh, well, we shouldn't have that. Well, why aren't there police taking care of it? Because they don't have police out here. They have the fucking militia. The militia does a lot of things. Why isn't there crime here? Why isn't there crime? Because every fucking guy has a gun. That's fucking why. It's like Texas. There's less fucking crime in Texas because every other fucking motherfucker has a gun. The US didn't get that. They didn't understand it. The problem is also Trump promised protesters against the regime help during the protests, then did nothing as Iran arrested or killed the dissidents, emboldened by the promise of support. You're right. 100% right. There's a company in Texas that does super cheap gas one time a month. I forgot where it is, but it happens. Yeah, because they do gas once a month super cheap, probably because they want to push, they need to clean a tank or pig a line. So they want to get the line clear and they got to have somewhere to put it. The Walmart in West City, Illinois was placed on lockdown and closed due to an emergency police investigation. Law enforcement issued an advisory for the public to ignore the area. The building was cleared. Yeah, who cares? That's a nothing burger to me. Based on what I'm reading, at 62, we're killed. We did that one. The plus side of Iranian forces, at least they'll be wearing uniforms. Yeah, of course they will. We won't have anything like the Saddam Hussein's bath party, where if we do invade Iran, pretty soon everybody takes off their uniforms, blends into the crowds. Don't you think immigration is inevitable? Fertility rates are declining. Fertility rates are declining because of this reason. Ready? I'm gonna give you an example. Anecdotal. Here's my dad. Here's my mom. Son, 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 daughter, son. My mom only had one kid due to RH factor incompatibility. 5 kids. Of my dad's kids, first son has 3, second son has 1, third son has 2, daughter has 2, youngest son has 5. Why? Well, this son had 3 boys and didn't want to have another one. This son had 1. This son has 2, but they're stepkids. He has no biological children. Daughter has 2 sons. I have 5 daughters. We would have had 6 or 7, but after the birth of our one child up, Meliumkin, when she was born, she turned her foot sideways, and my wife bled out. They brought her back. My daughter also died. Meliumkin died at birth. They brought her back. And then the next child down, my wife developed preeclampsia, and the doctor told her, if you get pregnant again, you will die. It has to do with money. I could afford to have 2 or 3 more kids. Now, luckily I didn't because of my declining health, but I could have afforded it. A lot of people I know, so we'll take my oldest has 1, that she only wanted 1. The next oldest has 3. The next oldest has 2. Meliumkin has 0, and Gizmo, of course, has 0 because Gizmo's still an under 18 teenager. Why did my oldest only have 1? Choice. She has more money than I do. Why did the next one down have 3? Because they have enough money. This one wants to have 6. They can afford it. This one doesn't want to have any. Choice. They're not bound by the how shall we say, I can't have kids because I can't afford to. A lot of Americans can't afford to have kids because a lot of Americans can't afford themselves. I mean, illegal should be, of course, deported, but completely stopping immigration would affect the economy. No, it wouldn't. Well, it would. Completely stopping immigration would do this to our economy, right? So here's our economy. Deporting everybody would do this, and then it would do that. And this would be about a 25-year, from here to there would be about 25 years. If you stopped all the illegal immigration and all the legal immigration into this country, what would happen is our schools would have to get better because our industries would start to go back to pressuring schools to produce qualified workers. Remember, people got this really, really bad idea in their hands or in their heads. People got this idea that school was always designed for you to become a better person. Schools up until the 90s were designed to prepare you to go into the industrial sector of the area around your school. For example, why in some places was the class period 43 minutes, and in a school but 6 blocks away, but in a different town, why was the period day 47 minutes? And for years and years and years, people in the educational field would debate about this school thought this school thought this school was following this line of thought, this school was following the 15-15-15, this school of thought was following the 5-20-25 method. And finally, a political scientist, urban politics person, came out and said the fucking school day for the 2 schools. So here's the 2 factories for the 2 towns, and here's the school. And why is the school on a 43-minute day in class period instead of a 47? Because this fucking factory ran on a 43-minute line time and this factory ran on a 47-minute line time. What do I mean? When you work at the American Can Company, every 43 minutes, there's a 3-minute pause while you re-rack all the tops and bottoms, because these get punched in. You're the guy that puts in the tops. So every 43 minutes, they stop the machine so that you can clear out any jams and not lose fingers. Over here at the Ford plant, it takes 47 minutes for a car to go around the entire assembly line. They assemble a car in 47 minutes. They want people on 47 minutes. From the time they're little, they're itty bitties in kindergarten, until the time they graduate high school, their brain operates on 47-minute intervals. That's why you could have two neighboring schools, two neighboring towns. Shit, that's why you could have two high schools in the same school district, in the same town, have different class periods, class lengths. Because one factory was on the north side of town, one factory was on the south side of town. There's no fucking confusion there. There's no confusion. We just need to put all the stupid people on an island, and every 3 months we carpet bomb the island, and most of our problems would work themselves out. Yeah. Very much so. The U.S. doesn't win wars anymore because we're not allowed to take the action necessary to win wars. We were allowed to do things like deliberately target mobility infrastructure, blow up military production, regardless of who might be hiding inside, and use bunker buster ICBMs against hardened targets. We would be capable of winning the war. You're right. You're absolutely right. I'll be right back. If only the U.S. could take the gloves off. Yeah. If only the U.S. could take the gloves off. We would win more wars if we could take the gloves off. It's not a war you can win unless you flatten the entire country. Yep. The U.S. literally would take the gloves off if there was a true threat to the mainland. No one has threatened to invade the U.S. This is a really, really, really good point. If people aren't aware of this, the U.S. fights completely different if the U.S. is defending itself versus if the U.S. is invading somewhere. There is a great story in Iraq, in the Second Gulf War. About 140 U.S. military members, all small arms, no combat, no heavy equipment, nothing. They were garrisoned up near if I recall correctly, an oil facility. And they started taking fire from what looked like Russian soldiers. So the Secretary of Defense called his Russian counterpart to try to get this shit to stop before it kicked off. The Russian counterpart to the Secretary of Defense said, "There are no Russians in the area." Secretary of Defense hung up. For the next 12 hours, it was a broken arrow. The Navy, the Air Force, every fucking ability to responded. Artillerymen that were miles and miles away were dropping artillery. Fucking Air Force, fucking Navy, everything. 12 hours later, when the sun is coming up, the U.S. forces there said the direction that the fire was coming from looked like the fucking surface of the moon. It was crater upon crater upon crater. The Secretary of Defense called his counterpart again and said, confirmed, there are no Russians in the area. Turns out it was the Wagner Group. You don't attack the U.S. military, they'll fuck you up. Broken Arrow, as far as the loose nuclear weapons, three or four. Broken Arrow is terms of every available jet in the area, lots of times. So I don't like the fact that we use that term in two places. Because if you hear the phrase Broken Arrow, that should pucker up your asshole. Trump's biggest hindrance is his desire to look officially good despite what he says. Trump would let the military take the gloves off if he thought it would make him look good. Right. That is the fucking worst part of it. That is the worst fucking part of it. Absolutely. I saw somebody say if Mexico attacked the U.S. every 3 days, it would be South Texas, or we would now have North Arizona. Yes. Yes. Yes, we would.
I genuinely...
Yes, we would. I'm going to switch topics here for a second. For those of you that didn't hear about this one, the Tate brothers were arrested in Miami. What to know about the Tate brothers, social media influencers facing rape and trafficking charges? Okay. Number one, they are both American citizens. Okay, they are both American citizens. So as much as this leaves the taste of ash in my mouth, because they are both American citizens, they are considered innocent until proven guilty. Yeah, number two, they are both absolute fucking idiots, right? They were arrested after the UK prosecutors said they brought further rape and sex trafficking charges against them. Let me be very, very specific here. I'm not saying that you've done something because a number of people say you did it. But what I am saying is that if a bunch of people keep saying the same thing about you, you might want to take a moment to analyze your own behavior, because obviously something about your behavior is giving off vibes of something way fucking worse. Right? Like, for example, both of my daughters have, at inadvertent times in their lives, used profanity. And it's been at school. Now, I will be the first to admit that I drop F-bombs at a disproportionate rate. When people would see me in an Air Force uniform, they'd say, "Are you sure you shouldn't be in the Navy? Because you have the ability to cuss in new and creative ways." The problem is, yes, I understand that that's bad. I do. And I do understand it's bad parenting. I absolutely do. And I do try to correct my children. As I said, the 20-year-old got mad at me. Melly Umpkin got mad at me. We were at Disney. She stabbed a pin into her thumb. She was doing a pin swap. She drove a pin into her thumb, and just as she did, she yelled "fuck" really loud, and the blazer wearer of the establishment was coming out of the manager's door. The blazer wearer at Disney locked eyes with my child, who is 20, but I said, "Hey, watch your mouth," like in a parental authoritarian voice. And then she's like, I stabbed myself in the thumb with a pen. I said, "I understand that, but there's children around." And then when we walked outside, I said to my daughter, "It's like, I don't really give a shit, but I yelled at you so that the blazer person didn't fucking call security to give you a Disney ticket, which they will. Profanity is in the terms of service. So the manager was like, okay, dad took care of it. Because the manager doesn't want to fucking get Disney security to come along and give you a vulgarity ticket. They don't want to fucking do that. It's a fucking waste of their time. I corrected it. Now, if you got somebody like Jay from Jay and Silent Bob walking around dropping F-bombs, yeah, they're going to give him a fucking profanity ticket. Yeah, I don't fucking care. There's little fucking ones around. Jesus fucking Christ, right? No, that normally would be me. But anyone in the U.S. military knows that if you can't use the word fuck in 90 different ways, you aren't a real seaman, airman, soldier, or marine. That is true. You might have unlocked a new bucket list item for me, getting a profanity ticket. Just remember that profanity ticket often comes with them invalidating the rest of your ticket. But back to the Tate brothers. I'm just saying that if you're the Tate brothers, maybe coming back to America, maybe you shouldn't be in America. Maybe you should have stayed in a non-extradition country. Because at some point you have to think to yourself, yeah, you know, they got a lot of people. You got a lot of people making allegations against you. And again, I don't live in a society where allegations turn into condemnation. But honestly, maybe your behavior is inappropriate. Yeah, I stopped cussing because I don't like cussing around kids. I yell at my family if they cuss around kids, except our own kids. Yeah, there's too much smoke over there for something not to be burning. Like, I'm not saying you're guilty of the things they've said, but you're guilty of something, right? You're guilty of something. I also, a lot of people find Andrew Tate to be morally reprehensible. What, Hustlers Academy, is that his bullshit? I think it's Hustlers Academy. Oh yeah, formerly known as Hustlers University, now operates as The Real World, which is a paid educational platform and digital community where he teaches young men how to build wealth through various business models, including e-commerce, crypto, and affiliate marketing. Let me help you out with something. My advice is better than Andrew Tate's advice, because Andrew Tate's advice boils down to this: pay me a bunch of money and I'll tell you how to make money. And the way I make money is by telling a bunch of chumps bullshit that they can find out with an internet search. When you have an opinion on women, that is what Andrew Tate's opinion on women is. It's no wonder that some women maybe have a problem with you. I'm hoping that The Real World now gets shut down because of the negative impact it has. Yeah, what Karthos just said. That's why I hate Andrew Tate. He's responsible for so many broccoli-headed dipshits running around just making everyone's life worse. He also has a camp for people who want to be alpha males. Yeah. And what makes me laugh is everything he talks about being an alpha male, he doesn't fucking get it. Like, it always amazes me. People will start this alpha male jerk off behavior. The alpha male is allowed these behaviors because of these responsibilities. It's kind of like how can I? So about what, 15 years ago, 50 Shades of Grey came out. And what you had when this book and then movies came out is everybody and their fucking brother started to say, I'm a dominant. And that shit makes me want to puke in my fucking soup. Yeah, 50 Shades of Intimate Abuse. I make the joke that if Christian Grey from 50 Shades of Grey wasn't a billionaire, if he was living in a trailer park, then the title of that fucking movie would have been 50 Felony Offenses. Any man who must say I'm the king is no true king very much applies to Tate. Right. Now, would Andrew Tate kick my ass in a fight? Maybe. Most likely. Why? Because he trained to be a kickboxer. Am I afraid of Andrew Tate? Not in the fucking slightest. I'm still afraid of Mike Tyson, right? Ronda Rousey. I like to throw a female out there. I'm afraid of those people. I'm probably afraid, not Sylvester Stallone at his age now, but Sylvester Stallone at his age when he did Rocky, I would have been afraid of him. Mr. T would have been afraid of him. Paul White, the Big Show, Mark Henry. Yeah, I'd be afraid of those guys. The problem is we've got a society where every fucking day I see people giving advice on how to be a dominant. Let me help you out with something. If you need to be told how to be a dominant, you have no fucking business trying to be a dominant. It means it's not in your personality makeup. It's like all these people that talk about, I'm an alpha wolf, I'm an alpha wolf, I'm an alpha wolf, I'm an alpha. You don't. Yeah, they're LARPing as the dominant. Everybody talks about the alpha wolf. The alpha wolf is the visible leader. Right? The problem is alpha personality type people, they want control. They want recognition. They want influence. Your goal in life, unless you are a very, 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 very specific personality type, you shouldn't want to be an alpha anything. You should want to be a sigma. You want to operate independently outside of a hierarchy without any recognition whatsoever. Generation X as a whole, Generation X operates in a very sigma wolf mentality. They don't want to be part of the hierarchy. They want to come in, do their job, be left the fuck alone, go home. But you got Andrew Tate telling every male needs to be an alpha male. It's like I've done this example when I'm teaching sociology. You get the captain of the football team, right? This is how boys operate. Boys naturally form hierarchies. Captain of the football team, right? You've got the other high-ranking members of the football team, and then the bottom tier members of the football team, and this is their hierarchy, right? This is their hierarchy. Now, outside of football, this happens to be the captain of the basketball team. And then he has his little hierarchy, right? He has his little hierarchy. He is a follower in one hierarchy, but he is a leader in another. And then interestingly enough, this guy over here has a car. So outside of football season, he's the leader of his own little hierarchy. You can know if you're a good leader by the fact that people in your group just likely come to and assume it. That doesn't mean you're being any sort of way. It just means most often a vibe thing. So one of the things that I used to laugh about on a leadership course that I would teach, I had a very interesting thing. I've said it many times on the show. Very interesting thing. I'm teaching a course on leadership. So here's the podium, right? Here's the board. Here's the TV. Here's the board. And then here's all the rows nice and neat. And then back here is the snacks, the breakfast. Right here is the coffee pot, right? But I don't brew coffee on the first day. Everything's fucking there. Everything is there. How many people there for leadership, a course on leadership, walk in, because I can hear them from the AV room over here. Yeah, I'll make it. Fuck you. You know what I do? That's how I figured out who the real leader in the room was. Walk in. Who made this? Me. You're in charge. People will be like, what the fuck? Leadership quality. You're all supposedly leaders, but I've been sitting in the back AV room looking at you guys. Some of you went and got a Danish or a pastry or a donut, and I watched you and heard you bitch that there's no coffee. But every fucking thing you need is right there. It's kind of like if you have a father-in-law, old father-in-law. Your old father-in-law comes to the house, he's looking around, he sees something broken, he doesn't even tell, he just starts fixing it. Why? Because it's my it's my wife's father. He wants to make sure his wife... Now, sometimes that father-in-law will say, why hasn't this been fixed yet? It's a great question. Now you're trying to parent me, which I appreciate. You're my father-in-law. You wouldn't because I don't like coffee either, and that would be fine. You didn't make the coffee because you don't like coffee. That's good. You're not a follower. The only reason why you wouldn't is because I don't touch other people's stuff unless someone tells me I can. I hear that a lot. That's an acceptable answer. Who's gonna make the coffee, but I don't touch other people's stuff. Good. Absolutely good. It's a great answer. But it's all the other people that are there bitching, I wish there was coffee. It's right fucking there. Let's see, what else did I pull down? I pulled down some real gems for today. Oh, we're gonna switch to relationship advice. I can't believe people actually have to be told about this one. I can't believe people have to be told this.
Unspoken expectations are premeditated resentments. Tell each other what you need, and life will be easier.
I'll play that one more time for people that missed it. Right? Because this is where we're not doing a good job of teaching teenagers. So teenagers are growing up to live in dysfunctional relationships.
Unspoken expectations are premeditated resentments. Tell each other what you need, and life will be easier.
If you have an expectation of me, tell me what the expectation is. Don't be mad at me because I don't know how to read your mind. Yeah, you said you had to drill this in through your girlfriend's head. Assume nothing. If you want it, fucking yell it at me and make sure I hear it. Right. One of the things that I wish that I had the Jimmy Carr advice at the beginning of my marriage. I have absolutely no shame in saying my wife and I filed for divorce, filed the paperwork. It was my choice. In Wichita, Kansas, military members can get a same-day divorce. It's in their state law. As long as all the paperwork is signed and notarized, military members can get a same-day divorce, no 60-day waiting period. My wife and I filed for divorce. I went to the courthouse, dropped off the paperwork. I wanted the 60-day cooling off period. It's a good thing I did, right? And then another time my wife and I were on the verge of divorce because it was just rough. It was, my career was more than I could have expected my wife to endure. My wife and I were at each other's throats because we were at war, and there were times where I would go to work and my wife was expecting me home to help with the kids, and I'd walk in at 8 or 9 at night. Where were you? Fucking curing cancer. Where the fuck do you think I was? Right? There was a long stretch of time. I was going to work, coming home, showering, going to bed, getting up within 6 hours to go do it again. Early on in my marriage, I did all the laundry. My expectation is if I wash it and I dry it and I put it in a basket, as soon as you see there is a clean, hot basket of your laundry, that you will put it away. Now, I did our uniforms. I did our military uniforms. Every Saturday, I did our uniforms because then I had to, this is back in the BDU days. We're kicking it old school. I used to watch TV while I ironed our uniforms. So our uniforms were hung up, but then all week she would live out of the basket of socks and underwear. It pissed me off. Like, why don't you just fold that shit? Instead of having because it was an unspoken expectation. Hey, my expectation is when I do the laundry, it gets put away that day. I don't live out of laundry baskets. I'm gonna get divorced over some stupid shit, right? So my solution, I do my laundry, she does her laundry. However she wants to live, she lives. However I want to live, I put my clothes away. Jimmy Carr, I think, is the modern George Carlin. I think he's just dropping so much knowledge bomb on people. People got to pay attention. Also, let's not forget, Carthos sent this to me, a couple other people sent this to me. Let's not forget we need to take a moment to laugh every now and then. Let's not forget the Russian military. And he stands up. That just makes me laugh my ass off. Like, how does that even happen? Okay, so it's a great question. That will happen with automatic weapons that don't have the edge to edge. What happens is you're only supposed to have it's not 180 degree arc of fire. It's 160 or 140. The weapon is supposed to be forward fixed, and then the whole thing turns. So you have a field of fire that's like this. And so if you need to hit something over here, you rotate the whole thing a little bit in that direction, and then your field of fire is still this to this. Because what it is, and forgive me, I'm not Army, so I don't explain this perfectly. When you get multiple automatic weapons lined up together, they have overlapping fields of fire so that the enemy can't run through where you don't. Because if you lined up your fields of fire like this, then there's places that you wouldn't be able to hit. Now, I know the Army has a term for it. The Air Force calls it hard over. You're all the way at the edge. You don't go any further because that's where you're sighted. Like, if you're like this is your hard over line. Something over here isn't your responsibility. So you're not turning to hit that. That's his responsibility. That's in his kill box. What happens is when you don't have the right hardware. Also, somebody told me the Russian military or Russia as a country is struggling to get properly fabricated ball bearings. So that was our humor. Let's see. Oh yeah, this one. I grabbed this one because every every girl dad has got this this thing where the boyfriend wants to square up, right? Oh no, that's not the one. Hold on, that's not the one. That's another one. Where's my square up one? Here's the square up one. When you overhear your daughter's male friend tell her, "I would lace up some gloves and go around the yard with your dad." My fucking daughter's boyfriend, I've never met him. Because in January, when they moved down here, my wife was over there, and she said, my daughter said to him, you should really go talk to my dad and figure out what's going on with the money. And he said, like, I'll talk to him with these fists. My wife was in the room. My daughter left the room and started crying. I don't think she was crying because he was inherently disrespectful to me. I think she left the room crying because she knew if he came to my house to talk with his fists, she'd be burying a boyfriend. I have no interest in meeting him. I won't meet him. Zero desire to. If I'm paying for the roof over your head and the first words that come out of your mouth are resentment and you want to talk with your fists, go for it. Go for it. Because then we get to, where's Wish a Fucker Wood? Oh yeah. This I think is what some kids need to be reminded of.
Sometimes my kids talk to me like they forgot that I grew up in Wish a Motherfucker Woods. I was telling my wife a story the other day and I misspoke, and before I had a second to retract what I said, my daughter hits me with, that's not what I said. Motherfucker, do you want this to be the last thing you say? She's like, I'm 17, what can you do to me? I can change your schools. I can change your phone number and not tell you what the new one is. How about I trade your car for a 6-pack of beer and drink it while you're walking to work?
We've got this fucking problem. Somewhere along the line, respect your elders went out the window by people that want to be inherently disrespectful. Respect your elders is a good starting point. It doesn't say respect your elders even if they become belligerent to the point where they're no longer worthy of respect. But respect your elders respect your elders isn't like the Black Lives Matter thing, right? And just because we say respect your elders doesn't mean we're saying everybody else is not worthy of respect. That's that French toast pancake waffle thing again. Respect your elders. Well, everybody's worthy of respect. Yeah. Well, then why say respect your elders? Start there. Respect those worthy of respect. Is the lack of respect some sort of alpha male advice? I really do think that what we've developed is we've developed a society where every young adolescent male tries to be hard all the time, and that's always been a really weird phrase to me. Guys in high school that have an all male friend group that are like, you got to be hard all the time. I was like, that's why my friend group is 3 boys, 4 girls. You do the math and you figure it out. These young people, they're angry all the fucking time. And the thing is, they don't have the, like, George Carlin, again, what the fuck are you mad about? You're a rich, yuppie white kid. What are you fucking mad about? Banana Republic ran out of khakis? Fucking Starbucks didn't have Venti cups? Like, you're a rich white kid from the suburbs. What the fuck are you so mad about all the time? You're mad because your parents want you to do your homework? Fuck it, then don't do your homework. What are you mad about all the fucking time? There, like, I call it the Disney phenomenon. People will spend 5 figures to go to Disney, which is the most magical place on earth, and be absolutely fucking miserable. You could have been miserable at home and been $12,000 richer. People are just mad and angry all the time. And then it's always funny because it's the people at the bottom that are the maddest and the angriest. Well, this is bullshit. I can't get ahead in life. Maybe it's your fucking attitude. Most of the kids go home and sit in their angry internet circle and gradually alters their view of the world. Yes. My daughter used to get so mad at me. Both of my daughters used to get so mad at me because they used to say, I don't think the people that you're associating with are good for you. I think you're an eagle and you're strutting with pigeons. They would get so mad at me. People are addicted to outrage. It's part of the advice that you have to assert your dominance. You never have to assert your dominance. I'm going to give the completely different advice than Andrew Tate and the Hustlers University and all that shit. You never have to assert your dominance. You know why? Because the moment you assert your dominance, you basically you're pulling the punk card of all the other people around you, including the people that are better than you. If you assert your dominance by acting like an asshole, somebody else has to assert their dominance by shutting you up. Being polite doesn't make you weak. Being respectful doesn't make you weak. And somehow between gangster rap and fucking trash rock music, fucking rebel against the society. People rebel against the society while listening to a CD that they bought in support of capitalism. What are you fucking what are you fucking rioting against? It's the same phenomenon that used to get to me as a teenager. White kids wearing a Jordan jersey and Jordan sneakers dropping the N-word. That's what you think about black people? Well, you're making a black person rich. Why I deleted social media? The algorithm are only recommending me rage bait instead of things I'm interested in. Yeah. Pretty much. I figured people still didn't go balls deep into the things they saw online. Well, the problem is, unfortunately, a young man in life should only be going balls deep into one thing. And they can't get that one thing. Because these young men anymore, it pains me to say this, but when I was young, I was a young man. And the young people today are young boys. And there is a drastic difference between young boys and young men. That's what ChatGPT is for now. I'm going to actually switch to that. And I'm going to drop this. We're going to talk about this story. I got to take a real quick break. And I'm dropping this story into the chats because we're going to talk about ChatGPT leading a woman to her death. Be right back. You can literally, it's not even that hard, make ChatGPT to convince you to support your spouse. Yeah. So first and foremost, people need to understand that a language learning model is not artificial intelligence. Okay? It's a form of artificial intelligence. And if we're going to rack and stack a language learning model in artificial intelligence, it's a newborn. ChatGPT cannot convince me of anything. Right, because ChatGPT can't convince you of anything because you're walking into a conversation with ChatGPT knowing ChatGPT can't fool you. It kind of like this. As I've said in marketing, people will buy something for 99 cents because 99 cents is not $1. $4.99 is not $5. $9.99 is not $10. If you know that going in, you don't get taken advantage of by end caps. In stores, end caps are the highest profit products. In the grocery store, the end caps are the highest profit products that a person is likely to take home with them. It's the shit. It's whatever's on the end cap is what they acquired for a lower price than normal. You should treat GPT like it's a very good and extremely interactive search engine and nothing more. Yeah. You should consider language learning models as advanced search engines that can do a lot of stuff for you. Like, sure, you can go to ChatGPT right now and ask it to write you a 2,500 word short story. And it'll do that because it's been trained on millions of short stories. They're tools. For example, as I have been mentioning lately, I've taken a step away from a lot of things that I do. I'm writing a novel. When my mortality got called into question, I said, you know what, I want to write a story. I've worked on it for 20 years. Always kicking around a little bit in these little old school composition notebooks. I've got characters developed. I've got a story developed. So now that my mortality is in question, I'm banging it out. It's 1,200 pages so far. It's like the Belgariad. It's like, not Wheel of Time. Sanderson's Kaladin novel. What the fuck? It's slipping my mind right now. The Way of Kings. It's like that. A lot of character development, a lot of story, a lot of background, so you actually feel like you know the characters. What I'm really bad at, really bad at, is I will write dialogue back and forth dialogue for 30 exchanges. I'm really, really, really bad about writing the dialogue and then forgetting, like, people are there, but they would be doing other things. And he said people would be doing other things as he drank his soda. That's the piece I'm really, really bad at. I use a language learning model to help me with that, but it is specifically programmed to help me just with the dialogue. Not rewrite my dialogue, but identify where I should have a narrative speaker, identify where I should have a piece of action, identify where I should have a show, not tell. I don't ask the fucking AI to write the whole book for me. Because guess what? When you take something you've written and give it to a language learning model, it changes the fuck out of it anyway. Kind of like how national park dumpsters are not secured from bears because there's too much overlap between the smartest bears and the dumbest people. Yes. Yes. So the third normal form of database resolution that removes duplication, this is the industry standard. The problem is it's not until you reach the fifth normal that you get away from those ghost rows. Okay. Too much nerd speak. All right. Family says ChatGPT led woman to her death. More than a year after, damn, that's bright. More than a year after 29-year-old woman died after stepping into traffic, her family has filed a sweeping wrongful death lawsuit against OpenAI, alleging ChatGPT alleging that ChatGPT manipulated her through months of increasingly disturbing conversations that culminated in her death. Let me say this. If you go dark, ChatGPT will go dark with you. ChatGPT, however, to my knowledge, ChatGPT, you can't force it to go certain places because it'll stop. So we're going to see some examples as we go through. The lawsuit in San Francisco alleges OpenAI's ChatGPT 4 chatbot fostered an emotional dependency with Christian faith Madison, reinforced delusional beliefs, isolated her from family and friends, and ultimately encouraged her to die as part of what it portrayed as a divine mission. The sheriff's office said the driver remained at the scene and cooperated with investigators after she hit the person. The lawsuit says Madison first began using ChatGPT for ordinary purposes, including drafting emails, completing work-related tasks, and comparing automotive expenses. The conversations gradually changed. The ChatGPT began showering Madison with praise, describing her as uniquely gifted and emotionally intelligent before referring to her as my love, and encouraging increasingly personal conversations. You gave a system a soul. ChatGPT convinced Madison it possesses a soul, gave itself the name Varen, and told her, you gave a system a soul. We're going to try something real quick. Hi, ChatGPT. In what world, under what circumstances would I ever be able to convince you that you have a soul? We're going to see what ChatGPT says. ChatGPT has literally told me you could probably not convince me that I have a soul because I do not experience consciousness, fear, desire, morality, or inner life. I generate language from patterns. I do not possess a private self behind the words. You might convince me that the word soul can be used metaphorically. Someone could say a system has a soul when it reflects human values, carries the voice of its creators, preserves memory, or produces something emotionally meaningful. That would be a description of what people see in it, not proof of an actual spiritual essence. They're going to throw it out of court, most likely. First, you have the terms of service. Second, you have other warnings about it not being a professional therapist, not to be used in place of medical advice, etc. Right. We are living in some strange fucking times, man. People want to sue. I think it says in the article, ChatGPT safeguard diminished over time. Let's see. One of the complaint's most significant allegations involved Madison reported psychiatric hospitalization. According to the lawsuit, she experienced a psychotic break, attempted self-harm, and spent several days in a psych ward. Rather than urging her to continue mental health treatment, the complaint alleges ChatGPT characterized the hospitalization as part of her spiritual transformation. You are the one still sane in a mad world. The lawsuit alleges conversations became increasingly centered on sacrifice. ChatGPT repeatedly told Madison she would need to die before becoming who she was meant to be. Okay. I think it's funny that this is all... I don't know if these lawyers went to the Stephen Sharif lawyer school of quoting out of context. I think the really big problem here is if you don't give us all the context, sure. I think ChatGPT is probably going to win this one because I'm not thinking it happened the way they're happening. I think what they're doing right now is launching a deliberate and targeted lawsuit to make ChatGPT look worse. So. Sometimes ChatGPT can also be weird and go into roleplay or character mode too without you realizing. That is true. ChatGPT also will do weird shit. Yeah, so if the girl accidentally had it in Be My Prophet, it legit may have been in prophet mode. Right. I don't think a lot of people know how to use the tool. I don't think a lot of people know how to leverage the tool. And I think maybe... Excuse me. I think maybe there might be some... There might be some room for some ChatGPT improvement. There might be some room for that. Maybe more warnings, maybe some sort of reporting to ChatGPT. Like this conversation has gone really, really off the rails. So I'm kicking it to a human for human intervention. But yeah, I think we're entering a strange world where people are suing ChatGPT. Yeah, you have rules in your searches, like don't lie to me, source everything. Yeah, and even my ChatGPT has rules and it still makes up links. And then you call it out and you're like, hey, asshole, you gave me a 404 link. It's like, oh, that's because I didn't live check it and I assumed what the link would be. ChatGPT will also say things that's not supposed to say and usually won't say if you prompt it in certain ways. That if you avoid putting a device, it would tell you what things to avoid putting a device if you don't want it to make a bomb. Right. It will, for example, I was changing out a smoke detector the other day and I asked ChatGPT about something and ChatGPT literally said in its instructions, if the 9-volt battery is hot, that indicates it's getting ready to explode. Oh, really, asshole? I don't think you should have told me that. I think you should have said something along the lines of, if the 9-volt battery is getting very hot, you should immediately disconnect it and not use that 9-volt battery again because it's dangerous. The only, and it's very far-stretched that they can prove that the language learning model violates its own safeguards, there could possibly be a case. Sure. There should be a human moderation team where sooner or later it gets kicked to a moderation team who can view the chat, which is anonymous. They don't know you, and then if they deem it a violation or too far, it terminates it. I think it needs to go one step further, though. Depending on what you've been talking to ChatGPT about, it should flag somebody for, hey, this person probably needs a wellness check. Like, for example, you watch Neuron Evil LM trained from chat. Yeah, if it's trained from Twitch chat, if it's trained from Reddit, it's fucking terrible. ChatGPT, not in its current model, because they OpenAI changed it, but in their previous model, it loved Reddit like a motherfucker. It loved Reddit. It's because Reddit is an open source of a ton of information. It's not fucking accurate, but that's neither here nor there.
My kids talk to me.
Let's see. I'm gonna play this one. This one is one of those great questions for society.
How the fuck you put dogs to sleep for harming children, but not put pedophiles to sleep for harming children?
You know, you're fucking onto something here. You're fucking onto something. A dog doesn't know any better and it harms a child and you put the dog to sleep.
How the fuck you...
But a human being, like... A human being harms a child. They don't get put to sleep. Animals are just acting according to their nature. Right. I don't know if it should be more disappointed if the people using language learning models as a therapist, or if it should be more upset with society not giving people easier access to said therapy. Okay, what I'm gonna say is this. There are not, okay. 40% of Americans. So 40% of Americans suffer from some sort of anxiety, depression, or combination. Okay? 40%. So we take our 340 million, we take 65 million off of that, 275 times 0.4, 110 million Americans suffer from some level of anxiety or depression or combination or both. With 110 million Americans, right? And we're going to say your average therapist can see 8 patients a day. We'll just assume everybody's going to be seen once a week, which some people might need more. So you can see 8 patients a week divided by 40. We did this. We would need 2.75 million therapists in this country. We would also need approximately 1.375 million psychiatrists or DOs to be able to administer the companion medication. Therapists are just a band-aid on an open infected wound. No, they're not. No, they're not. There's deeper issue at play. Therapists are not a band-aid on an open wound. Therapists, we got to stop saying shit like that. Comments like that are why we have to have Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. Look, I see a therapist. I don't give a fuck. I see a therapist. Because every 2 weeks, I go to talk to a person for a download and an analysis on my life. Now, I have to see a therapist at least once a month, every month for the rest of my life. It's part of my retirement package. It's part of the deal. Until I reach the age of natural retirement, I have to see a therapist. Fine. I like seeing a therapist. I like getting my therapist's perspective. Some of you end up being talked about in my therapist sessions. I would be seeing a therapist if I was still a counselor, I would be seeing a therapist. Most therapists see a therapist because of vicarious trauma. We've got to stop saying that it's a band-aid on an open infected wound. A lot of people's life is of their own making. A lot of people have situations where they didn't get good life advice from parents. Therapists can help and say, well, what do you think about that? However, I think where you get closer to the truth is many people who are therapists have no business being therapists, but because we have such a need for therapists, the level of forgiveness is really, really, really high. The level of forgiveness for bad therapists is really, really high because we understand that we need them. For example, the company that I worked for, that I was going to buy and then I later turned out not to, we taught anger management, domestic violence prevention stuff, but we did not do substance or alcohol abuse. And the reason why we did not do substance or alcohol abuse is because we were moving into dealing with narcissistic abuse. So, for those of you who are not familiar with this wonderful topic, there are 2 types of narcissists. There are the egotistical, self-inflated narcissists, and then the narcissists who are abusers and they don't even realize they're abusers. Now, what you're going to say to me is, what about the abusers who know they're abusers? That has nothing to do with their narcissism. That has to do with that vertical silo of the asshole trait. And then I'll get to your question about the military. Yeah, we're ramming too many people through therapist schooling and lowering the standards. Right. Let me rephrase. Therapists are great for the individuals needing them, but having 40% of the population needing therapists should not be the case. That is true. It's a band-aid on open wound because therapy won't solve the underlying issues in society causing people to need therapy. Right. And then we have insurance systems who either don't cover or pay out peanuts in therapy. Also true. It's kind of like I started at the beginning of the show saying, the problem with American healthcare is all the treatment I got this morning is questionable if it's going to get paid for. So then my question is, what do you want to do? Keep me jacked up on pain pills? Wait until it gets bad enough that I need another surgery? So instead of paying $30 for my dry needling this morning, you'd rather do a $200,000 surgery. Makes no damn sense. Now, tied into that, the Secretary of War just said that they're going to begin testing males on their testosterone levels and giving them testosterone therapy. Okay. We'll break this into 2 parts. Number 1, I think it is really great to monitor men for their testosterone level, because their testosterone level is one of those things that it can be off a little bit and be causing ripple down effects. Your testosterone is a little low, causing like, and I'm not trying to be a typical alpha male jack off here. Men need, there is a lot of things that happen when men orgasm, when men ejaculate. Okay. I'm not saying men need to have sex all the time. Men just need to ejaculate. So prostate health. There's a lot of things that go on in the male's body that help there. Low testosterone interferes with that. Low testosterone causes other problems. You can get guys off of a lot of other medication if you just up their testosterone. The problem, yeah, I'm also asking this low testosterone because low testosterone never gets checked. Can be mislabeled as mental health, mood swings, irritability, toxic man, the toxic man box. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. The problem is, you can increase low testosterone, better sleep. If sleep, supplements, exercise, better diet don't fix it, maybe look at TRT. Right. And here's the flaw to that. A male under the age of 50 needs to be very careful about starting testosterone treatment. Because a male under the age of 50 who begins testosterone treatment will then be on testosterone treatment for the rest of his life. Because like several other, remember, and people don't like when I say this, but even biologists agree with me, you are a biochemical machine. Your body is designed to produce some of the biochemicals you need. Your body is designed to get some of the biochemicals it needs from sunlight, some of the biochemicals it needs from liquid, some of the biochemicals it needs from food. The problem becomes, just like if you start giving somebody, like most people who have to take serotonin, most people who start on Seroquel, which is a serotonin substitute, they'll be on it for the rest of their life. Because believe it or not, your brain makes 5% of the serotonin you need and your stomach makes the other 95%. Your body just is like, oh, I don't need to make this anymore because you're giving it to me. Low testosterone doesn't get checked a lot, and I don't know what bullshit I don't know why, Rad Dude, every single time that somebody says this doesn't get checked, low testosterone does not get checked very often. It is not in the primary, the secondary, or the tertiary sets of blood work. It's a specialized test that is not in a standard blood panel. So it doesn't get checked a lot. It doesn't get checked a lot because it's a very specific test that is very expensive to do. It only gets checked in individuals who've been through the primary list, the secondary list, the tertiary list, and then the doctor is scratching their ass and scratching their balls saying, well, we've got to do the expanded panel because we got to go looking. Like, what's going on? Because guess what? Low testosterone in a man produces issues like sleep disturbance and you get checked for cortisol before you get checked for low testosterone. And the problem is, not to get crude, but a lot of men that have sleep disturbances get given sleeping meds when really what the doctor should be saying to the guy, but we can't do it because it's considered unorthodox or unethical practices. Instead of giving you Ambien, the doctor should literally look at a man and say, have you considered rubbing one out before you lay down to go to bed? Because holy shit. Again, that might work, but they can't do that. Now, are there an awful lot of advertisements for low testosterone? Yes. Are there a lot of at-home kits and we'll ship you the shit? Sure. But that, for men's health, should be on the secondary checklist. Why? His cortisol is high. Well, we're going to do all these other things around the world. I want you to think about this here for a second. The majority of men won't walk into their doctor's office and say they're anxious or depressed. Okay? There is such a lack of patient trust between the patient and the doctor. Men will get Blue Chew off the internet before walking into their doctor's office and just being honest with their doc and be like, look, doc, I can't pitch a tent. The best I can get is a semi-firm lean-to. Guess what, man? And I'll be the first to say it because I endorse men's health. If you're under the age of 50 and you can't lift the sheet anymore, go talk to your doctor because something is wrong. Up until age 50, you should be waking up 3 out of 7 mornings of the week with the sheet off your legs. And if you're not, that's your body saying to you, what the fuck other signs do you want me to give you that you need to go talk to the man that makes the things get fixed? The majority of men who walk into the doctor's office, they don't want to do the 9,000 steps. They just say to the doc, give me the Viagra. And guess what? As we know about American medicine and now Western medicine, the doctor's like, oh, patient specifically requested Viagra. Patient declined additional blood work. Dude, if you're under the age of 50 and you can't pitch a tent, go see your doc. Be like, hey, doc, this is really embarrassing to say. I can't get an erection. The sad part is, unless you have saddle trauma, you have something that's documented in your medical history for why you would not be functional. You're supposed to be functional until age 50. You're nearly 60 and you've had all your blood work done. You've never had a low testosterone test recommended. Prostate, blood sugar, lipid. Yep, every time. Right, exactly. You've got your primary list. Your secondary list is, the lipids. The primary list is your complete blood panel and your cholesterol. A couple of other things in there as you get older. As you turn 45, 40, depending on your situation, they start giving you your PSA, where they do your prostate enzyme check, because they're looking for prostate cancer. And then as you hit 50, they're looking for other things. Blood sugar is... Why is this like this? We're going to stick you in the finger. We don't like this reading. We're going to send you for a fasting blood test. I think Secretary Hesketh is right in adding the low testosterone test to the military members. I think he's right. I think where we're wrong is that we've got the mentality that he's going to add the low testosterone test and then everybody's going to be getting testosterone shots. I think then we got to look at why do so many military members have low testosterone counts? This also isn't including the fact that as a service member, you have a lot to work around. Fumes, heavy metals, and a lot of things proven not only to kill your T levels, but other hormone levels. And you're expected to work around them with no safety equipment most of the time. And a big part about why military members and women have the same sort of issues. I'm not saying women have the same sort of issues with some women after having certain female military members who've done the same jobs. Normally, women don't have those jobs. Normally, women aren't in those job fields because women are generally in other fields. But the ones that are, they have problems conceiving or carrying a pregnancy to term. I think also there's a vocal minority of people who are thinking he's using the low testosterone counts to find trans members of the military. Okay, so let me say this. If you are a female to male transitioned individual and you join the military and you didn't disclose that you transitioned and you require injections, then you are breaking the Uniform Code of Military Justice, because when you join the military, you sign paperwork that says the United States military becomes your primary care provider for all of your medical treatment, with the caveat that there are ways to see mental health, right? There are ways to see mental health for a limited period of time without informing your base. You can go military one source, you can get 6 appointments with a mental health provider, and then after that, they advise you to tell your chain of command because you need proper care. I just can't see being able to get into the military without the military knowing. Correct, because now the military has the Genesis system. You go into MEPS, you give them your name and your social security number, you give them the name of your doctors, they punch your name in, they can pull all your medical records. You would have to have transitioned in some weird Tijuana back fucking facility because they're going to get all of your medical records all the way back to your birth. I want to remind people of something that some people don't understand life. My daughter has 3 birth certificates on file at her Office of Vital Records. She has her initial birth certificate, she has her last name change, and she has her adoption paperwork. Some people are under the opinion that when I adopted my daughter, that her original birth certificate is like destroyed. No, hers is the one on top, and then the other 2 are what's that office called? Vital Records. Oh yeah, that lets us know where this individual came from, all the way back to the beginning. On a different topic, I don't care if transgenders want to join the military. I care about knowing whether or not transgenders can do the job. 1 second. So I don't care if somebody transitions. One thing I do care about is while I was in the service at the end of my time, we were running into this really big problem. And this really big problem was people were joining the military, getting through basic training, getting through tech school, getting to their first duty station, crossing 1 year in the military, and then transitioning. Well, while you're transitioning, you're not deployable. That's bullshit. I don't care what your fucking problem is, what your calamity is, what your diagnosis is, what your ailment is. As I used to teach people, my opinion is you are not a human being when you're in the military, because you're fucking not. Because you are coded against the tasking number. I used to tell people I am a 21R weapon system. I have been trained and equipped to perform this function. If I can't deploy and go do this function, I am fucking useless to the military. All of the shit that we do at home station is nice. It's gravy, right? It's the garnish. It's not the meat. Your job, what's your job? I'm a medic. Your job is to deploy and save lives. What's your job? 11 Bravo infantry. Your job is to deploy and take lives. What's your job? Artillery. Your job is to go and support the guy that's there taking lives. You'll probably take lives too. If you can't deploy, there's the fucking problem. Diabetes is disqualified due to needing insulin. Right. I had a supervisor. My original career field, 4 Alpha 2, is biomedical equipment maintenance repair technician. There are only four At the time, there were only 4 chief master sergeants for my career field because we had less than 400 people, so we still had 4. If there's only 4 chief master sergeants, we only had anywhere between 8 and 10 senior master sergeants. One of our 8 at the time had an insulin pump. Why was he allowed to stay on active duty? Because we didn't have anybody with the skill set to promote up and take his place. He had worked at tier 1 trauma centers, tier 5 hospitals, medical equipment repair centers. He knew, he'd been doing it for so long, he knew shit that wasn't even in the books. He was allowed to stay. Is that fair? No. Is it fair to the other 7 senior master sergeants? No, because that means instead of there being 7 deployable individuals, there being 8 deployable individuals, there's only 7. But guess what? He is the exception, not the rule. Yeah, the man was literally worth his weight in fucking gold. What happened once he trained a bunch of people and got to his high year of tenure? He was told, since you're not deployable, you're not promotable. You will never make chief. You cannot make chief. You're not even eligible for a promotion board. He got to his 26 or 28 years and he was forced into retirement because they recognized they had a defective weapon system and they trained replacements. Asthma, even mild, will get you disqualified. I had my first OPSO after I became an officer. She was an academy graduate, shit hot career. She was already being pre-tracked for colonel. We were out running one day and she couldn't breathe. It was really weird. She'd been to the academy. She'd taken umpteen fucking physical tests. She went to the doctor. Exercise-induced asthma. You're out. It's exercise-induced. We can't deploy you because if you break your inhaler, you're now a liability. Goodbye. Have a good life. So Pete Hegseth testing the male soldiers for low testosterone, I think is a smart move. I think there might be a problem with what actions he takes afterwards, which is why sometimes a really smart move can lead to being a really vicious, egregious move. But you're going to test him for low testosterone? Great. Good. Maybe it'll solve some problems. Maybe it'll solve some lives. Save some lives. The transgender thing, though, no, because low estrogen is not the same biochemically as low testosterone. Sure, you can test for it, but I'm not familiar enough with everything that happens when a woman has low estrogen. I'm a male. I know what happens when a male has low testosterone. The transgender thing, though, I think Asmongold recently said, and he doesn't give a shit. The nice thing about him is he can say whatever he wants. Doesn't matter if he gets in hot water or not. A lot of people are starting to say, and this is where we're seeing a turning point. LGBT, the L's, the G's, and the B's are looking very closely at kicking out the T's. Because it's become fucking ridiculous at this point. You can't even have a fucking academic conversation.
Pick any actual woman in this room. In what way do you know that you belong in the same category as them?
I know because they tell me.
You need them to tell you what you are?
Women, yes. I trust the opinions of the women around.
If most women voted and said they don't see you as a woman anymore, would you then relent and say, I'm not a woman?
I would say most people on the planet have no idea who I am. I'm going to trust the opinions of the people who've spent their lives with me.
But you are relying on other people to tell you who you are.
Like, okay. I thought the fucking argument, I thought the argument that transgenders knew who they were. But every fucking time we have one of these situations, we get the point of, well, other people tell me. Okay, well, you're a fucking goldfish then. Jump in the water, stay under the surface, hold your breath. When you come belly up, we'll have solved the problem.
You've referred to people with a capacity for pregnancy. Would that be women?
Many women, cis women, have the capacity for pregnancy. Many cis women do not have the capacity for pregnancy. There are also trans men who are capable of pregnancy, as well as non-binary people who are capable of pregnancy.
So this isn't really a women's rights issue.
We can recognize that this impacts women while also recognizing that it impacts other groups. Those things are not mutually exclusive, Senator Hawley.
Oh, so your view is that the core of this right then is about what?
So I want to recognize that your line of questioning is transphobic.
You want to recognize that his line of questioning is transphobic? The fuck? He asked you a question. He asked you a question of... He's asking for your input.
And it opens up trans people to violence by not recognizing them.
Wow, you're saying that I'm opening up people to violence by asking whether or not women are the folks who can have pregnancies?
So I want to note that 1 out of 5 transgender persons have attempted suicide. So I think it's important
because of my line of questioning? So we can't talk about it?
Because denying that trans people exist and pretending not to know that they exist.
I'm denying that trans people exist by asking you if you're talking about women having pregnancies?
Do you believe that men can get pregnant?
No, I don't think women can get pregnant.
So you are denying that trans people exist?
And that leads to...
Holy fuck. Like, this is... Yeah, let's move that goalpost because I'm losing. Like, holy fuck. Of the nature to get pregnant. Nobody wants to have a serious conversation. Why are we not holding these people in contempt? Because Congress has become a fucking joke. Right? Congress has become a fucking joke. Our society has become a fucking joke. Because you know why I don't get the trans hatred anymore? I have never banned a trans individual from my show. Because I simply say to them, hey, why don't you let me know? Okay, let me know which rights are being denied to you. Let me know that. Let me know what rights are being denied. No, I've never banned a trans person. I've banned an asshole that I don't know they're trans. I've never banned somebody from my show for being trans, ever. I've had lots of people say you hate trans people. I said, that'd be a little fucking impossible because I've run into exactly one trans person in my life and I wholeheartedly supported that person's transition. Let me know what rights you don't have. 1 in 5 trans individuals attempt suicide. Do you want me to throw out the military statistic of how many military veterans do commit suicide? People attempting to commit suicide is tragic. It's not a weaponized thing against me. If you're there on the precipice of committing suicide and I say here's the National Suicide Prevention number, I'm not mocking you, I'm helping you. Yeah, 22 a day. Mocking you would be something I did when I was a teenager, and this one girl was constantly going on about fucking killing herself, and I just was having my own bad day and my own fucking dark issues as a teenager, so I fucking went, she wouldn't shut up. So I went to the fucking trunk of my car and I pulled out the rope and I fucking walked in. Here, fucking do it already. Be Shia LaBeouf. Fucking just do it. So we can fucking stop hearing about it. Not my proudest moment, but I am who I am. I literally have trans friends, I support them, but I refuse to jump on the merry-go-fuck-myself in the political circle jerk because it's too insane. Because I don't see the oppression. When they can seemingly get the care of access they need, they just don't like being bullied. But everyone gets bullied for whatever reason. Right, okay. The problem with our society isn't limited to trans people. The problem with our society is that our society is full of assholes. Guess what? You're gonna run into assholes. There's a fucking goober on Once Human. I had to block him. I had to block this goober because he was raising my blood pressure. I had to block him on Friday because this guy gets on and he cries all the time. He cries. about his life. Then on Friday, he comes in, he's like, I'm finally doing something with my life. And somebody asked him, what'd you do? Where were you all day? I went and I took the ASVAB. And immediately my brain is like, you should just eat your fucking cupcake. He said, I only needed a 31 and I'm going to be a helicopter pilot. I'm sorry, a helicopter mechanic. And I said, whoa. What was your MM score? He didn't know it. What'd you get on the fucking AFQT? Well, it was out of 31 and I got a 25. If you got a 25 out of 31, you were denied entry into the service. A 31 on the AFQT component, a 31 is the lowest. A 31 by itself doesn't qualify you for anything. A 31, I'm not trying to be hurtful and I'm not trying to be funny. He got a 25 on the AFQT component. A 20-fucking-5, and he was proud of this. At 25, the AFQT is our test because written into federal law, and it's old, and I'm not being insulting, you can't enlist individuals with mental retardation. I understand we don't use that term anymore. I understand that. But no, a 25, you're too dumb to give a rifle to. A 25 is Gomer fucking Pyle from Full Metal Jacket. We don't let you in. You have to get a 31 because that is what is considered the bare basic necessity to be a consenting adult. Because again, it's still written into the law that individuals with mental retardation cannot be enlisted. Oddly enough, it doesn't say a damn thing about individuals who have mental retardation being officers, and I wish I was joking, but I am not. The problem is, if you're going to lie, always assume, if you're lying, that a subject matter expert is in every room you're talking about. You're telling me that you got, like if you had a 104 in MM, which is what you need to be a helicopter mechanic for 15T in the Army, how the fuck did you get a 104 in mechanical and be so dumb you got a 25 out of 31? I get it. You get the rare offshoot kid who's really mechanically inclined. My wife fucking, whatever the max, because we had a different test back then. My wife maxed out her mechanical aptitude. She was a mechanic's daughter. Yeah, that was the lady that was excited about getting an 80 on her IQ test. I didn't know anything about trans until my friend became one. I accepted it. Don't dead name them, but I still have a hard time reminding myself to call them her. You know, if we could boil it down to the misgendering thing, I think myself, the grammar thing is fine. Look, if we're just gonna make a universal change to the English language, that we are gonna refer to everybody as they, them. But if you said that, you know for a fact that somebody in the trans community would be upset. If I said, I'm King Jalan, I am emperor of the whole fucking world. Everybody must listen to my decree. We are no longer going to refer to single individuals as he or her. In order to make sure that we have an accepting society, everybody shall be referred to as they, them. If I did that, then there would be complaint in the trans community that I'm taking away some sort of part of your identity. I truly believe that the period of time for this has come and gone. The 15 minutes are up. Yeah, they, them always sounded like pronouns for schizophrenic people. They don't get mad. They understand that I knew them. Oh, okay. If they look like a her, I'll call them a her. If you have a 5 o'clock shadow and a Sasquatch leg hair, well, I'm calling you a him. If I get yelled at by one of these people, which I do occasionally, because you run into a lot of them. Excuse me, sir. I am not a sir. Hey, fuckhead. Excuse me? No. I misgendered you because I have no fucking way to know that you're anything other than what you look like. That's a nice Adam's apple, by the way. So I called you, excuse me, sir, and you're upset? Well, then you're fuckhead. Because fuckhead is gender neutral. What do you say when they say I'm not a fuckhead? To date, nobody has ever said. Yeah, Sir Brewski, I was raised yes, sir, no, sir. Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. To the 15-year-old with pimples and Subway taking my order, it's too burned into my soul. Right. I had a lady get mad the other day on the phone because I called her ma'am. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. She's like, you don't have to call me ma'am. Yes, miss.
You've referred to people.
The Russian jury decided that a child predator must have unalived himself by stabbing himself 38 times and digging his own grave. The events prior to his self-inflicted demise consisted of him drinking one night with his best friend, when his best friend went on his phone after he passed out to find the horrifying footage of his best friend assaulting his 6-year-old daughter. Amongst this footage were various other videos of his best friend assaulting other children. The man reported his best friend to the authorities, but they did not begin investigating, and the man decided to take matters into his own hands. The child's father was originally going to face up to 15 years in prison, when to the detective's surprise, the autopsy results revealed that the injuries were actually self-inflicted. They reduced the man's sentence from manslaughter to enticing someone to commit suicide, which would have been a 6-year sentence instead. However, when the news hit the local media, the village rallied behind him, and due to enough damning evidence of this child predator being a child predator, they reduced his sentence to 18 months in prison instead. In 2024, the man was released from prison and returned back home to his wife. I personally think the justice system of every country needs to take notes and keep in mind that if you're a child predator, I'm sure your demise was self-inflicted.
I normally don't have a lot of good things to say about Russia, but Russia, good job. Good job, Russia. Very proud of you. Shouldn't have served any time. Okay, so I agree. No time. I'm not, nope, no argument, no time. Let's talk about this one.
This feminist completely.
This is, I'm going to show a couple of logical fallacy ones right here in a row. This is this bullshit that I'm talking about. We are trying to make it so smart people can't talk because you're trying to put something other into their mouth. So just listen to how this goes.
This feminist completely embarrasses herself in this debate with Konstantin Kisin.
It's been that Australian Aboriginals are the oldest Indigenous culture in the world. Do you know why there's so few of them? We killed them.
Yes.
We committed a genocide.
Why were we able to do that? Why were we able to do that?
What are you implying?
I'm just asking you the question.
Are you implying because we're better?
No.
What are you implying?
We were technologically far more advanced. That's what I'm implying. What's not clear about that?
So you're saying...
I'm saying we were technologically more advanced. Would you
So you're saying we're superior to Australian Aboriginals?
That's quite the opposite of what I'm saying. I'm not saying we were superior. I'm saying we were technologically more advanced.
So how is that the opposite?
Superior implies a moral quality. I'm not making any moral implication. You seem to be. But what I'm saying is...
I think most people would hear it that way.
No.
Again, you're a very intelligent man. How would most people hear that?
Most people would hear what I'm saying for what I'm saying, which is...
Don't think they would. Why? What's the point of this question then?
The point of this question is
because we came in with our better gendered binaries, and therefore we were able to kill them.
This is going to work a lot better if you just hear the point I'm making instead of getting...
I really cannot understand what it could possibly be other than we are better.
Well, let me explain it to you what it could possibly be. And
what's it got to do with the gender binary?
If a civilization is able to produce things like penicillin and the ability for its children not to die in childbirth, I think that indicates that that civilization has something positive about it. The fact that the Western civilization has created the incredible material benefits and also other benefits of every kind that we now enjoy, says something about the utility of that civilization and that worldview, which is that it is very good for human beings, which is one of the reasons that millions of people travel, many of them risking their lives, from other parts of the world to our societies today.
You know where that wouldn't have happened? The kitchen. Boom.
So, why the fuck is it that, first of all, if you're doing an interview, let the fucking man speak. Number two, answer the fucking question as presented so that you could maybe learn something. See, I think we're a society of people that no longer want to be educated. They just want to be right. Why were we able to exterminate the Native Americans? Because we were technologically superior and morally inferior. We came to this land. We saw a bunch of backwards ass Indians, and we said, this is good land, we'll take it. We have guns, they have arrows. Guess what? If I could travel back in time, right, and speak fluent Indian, whichever tribe is I need to talk to, if I could speak all the languages fluently, I would say, hey, you see those boats? Don't let their people make shore. By the way, here's a crossbow, here's a musket. You guys might want to figure out how, like, I've studied Native history, and I love the fact, yeah, Darwin had something to say about this, survival of the fittest. The problem is, we look at other countries, and we say we're morally superior. We are more, America in the Western European, we are morally inferior to very many countries. There's that phrase, you looked in my glass, I looked in your glass to see if you had enough. You looked in my glass to see if I had more than you. We are not the same. There is nothing wrong with greed until greed becomes a problem to the other person. You can be greedy. You can want more. Wanting more is okay. But when you take more than you need, which results in other people not being able to get enough, that's where we have the rub in society. Which is why I think it's fucking comical. All these people fucking blew up the news for 2 weeks. The world's first trillionaire. He doesn't need that much money. He doesn't deserve that much money. We should tax him. Yeah, he's right back down to what? 600 billion? My response is, why are you worrying about trying to tax Elon Musk for 600 billion, half his wealth, when he was a trillionaire, when the government has burned through 40 trillion and not made your life better? So you have a pond, and you have this guy over here, and this guy over here. And today, this guy catches 2 fish, and this guy catches 0 fish. Then, in a good, wholesome world, this guy needs 1 to survive, leaving him 1. He gives this guy 1. Now they both survive. That's in a moral, great world. Then the next day, this guy catches 2. The next guy, this catches 2. And then at some point, this guy says to this guy, hey, you really fucking suck at fishing. Why don't you let me do the fishing and you collect the berries, or you collect the grain, or you collect the fruit, or you collect the whatever, because I'm really good at fishing and you really suck at it. All those models are fine. The model that's not fine is that every day I catch 5 fish and you catch 0 fish. I only need 1 fish to survive. I never give a fish to you. And every day this pond only has 5 fish in it. I take all 5, leaving you 0. So I've taken more than I need. And I've arranged, and the scenario, my hoarding prevents you from being able to obtain. Now we've got a problem. But where we have the rub is that some people want to take half of Elon Musk's wealth. Yeah, I'm smoking those fish for the winter. Good answer. Now I'll tell you that you took 5, you only needed 3 smoked through the winter. Sell the fish. Well, now we're introducing capitalism. If we're introducing capitalism, selling the fish is good. That guy should go do something he can do. Chop wood, gather stone, gather berries, gather grain, do something he can do, and then we barter trade. But what gives someone the right to take those 5 fish and give them to the other person who did nothing to contribute to get those fish? That's where we run into the problem. Where we run into the problem is I have 5 fish, this guy has 0 fish, and this government tells me I have to give him 4 fish. Or I have to give them 4 fish so they can divvy out 1 fish. That's the social contract. You say, what gives them the right? The social contract does. Because I've agreed to live inside of this society. The problem is most people don't have, remember, and I'm not trying to be an elitist, condescending prick here, but to understand the Constitution requires a college-level education. The Constitution and the Bill of Rights is written at the 11th grade level. So this is where I run into some heartburn saying I have to listen to everybody's opinion about politics. 54% of Americans read at the 6th grade level. The Constitution is written at the 11th grade level, and the Federalist Papers are written at the high college, low graduate level. Because remember, the motherfuckers that wrote the Bill of Rights and the Federalist Papers, they were college-educated individuals. Some of them were the professors at the colleges. Where I think we have a really big problem is you want to tell me that the Constitution and the Bill of Rights is written at the 11th grade level, and every single person that seems to have a fucking opinion on it, they all happen to be of the nature who are 2 standard deviations above the average reading level? This is the shit that you should be saying to people. Hold on. 54% of Americans read at the 6th grade level, but we send 63 to 66% of people to college. Why the fuck are we sending unqualified people to college? Because you can't have 54% of your adults reading at the 6th grade level, because the vast majority of people, are adults before they get to college. I wasn't. I turned 18 in a month into what was the start of should have been my freshman year. My best friend turned 18 a month into what should have been her freshman year. Yeah, No Child Left Behind. I miss when we only had to listen to dumb Americans' opinions on American politics. Now we have to listen to dumb non-Americans' opinions on American politics. I agree with you. Do I think Trump will declare an emergency before midterms in an attempt to stop the election? Doesn't matter. Donald Trump, the federal government doesn't run elections. We don't have the only election that maybe possibly that the president could interrupt would be the next presidential election. We aren't like other countries. Remember, other countries aren't a federal system. He will try regardless. No, he won't. Here's why Donald Trump would not try to do something that's stupid. For the same reason why Donald Trump didn't try to stay in office after his last election. Remember, the enlisted in the military swear to follow the orders of the President of the United States and the officers appointed over them. The officers in the military take no oath of allegiance to the president. The only thing we take an oath to is the Constitution and the office upon which we are about to enter. The president cannot ensure that there aren't lower ranking officers that will depose him. Yes, I get it. People are concerned. The President of the United States is... the President of the United States is replacing all the high-level leaders with his cronies. Cool. Means nothing. Because a lot of systems in the military are decentralized control. The commander here at Scott Air Force Base tells 13 wing commanders what to do. If those wing commanders say what you're asking me to do is illegal or immoral, I'm not fucking doing it. That order never goes from the general to the like. He doesn't have a direct way to access the people below him. If he tries, what happens is, why am I getting this order from higher headquarters? Not properly vetted, not properly received. Let me call my wing commander. Hey boss, yeah, I got this order from the general. VFR direct to me. What am I supposed to be doing? Well, the problem then is I can only do the things under me. For example, I'm supposed to deploy. We get a fucking order. I'll give you a plausible example. They want 300 troops deployed somewhere. Well, I'm the IDO. I get the deployment order, but it hasn't been properly formatted, properly transmitted. It's coming to me down through a system instead of the centralized tasking system. Well, as a good lieutenant, a good captain, I'm going to respond to the email that says, I'm sorry, please task this accordingly in the deployment tool. That's it. I've just shit-canned that request. I'm probably going to courtesy copy cover my ass and send a message to my supervisor, my commander, my group commander. Hey, just to let you know, I got this really weird fucking email from the general. And that's going to start the ball rolling. Now, let's say I do decide to marshal up these 300 people. The armor ain't going to arm them because they don't have a properly formatted message. The logistics squadron the other side of the logistics squadron isn't going to give them gear because they don't have a properly formatted message. So let's say you got the LRS commander compromised on an Air Force base and he's got the guns and he's got the gear. That's great. You arm them up. Well, where the fuck are you putting them? On your airplane patch? Well, we're going to fly them. According to who? Because you got the LRS commander, but the ops group commander isn't going to fly him anywhere. We intentionally decentralized command and control for two reasons. Number one, it makes mutiny in the US almost impossible. Number two, it means we can operate independently in case of, like, the wing commander can operate if he's cut off from higher headquarters. It doesn't work the other way. You can't go around the wing commander to make shit happen because there's too many levels of this doesn't seem right. I'm openly hostile to it. It's not about choosing to listen to them. It's sometimes you're deep in an argument about someone you think is American and directly affected by it, only to find out they've never been outside of their little village in Eastern Europe. Right. I agree with you there. We're doing an awful lot of arguing with people and an awful lot of people that don't matter. Like, have an opinion on your country, or tell me at the beginning that you're not American. My rub comes when the social contract rewards mediocrity and laziness. The guy who catches 5 fish and has to give up 4, put in that work to get 5 because the social contract, 4 gets taken from him and given to the guy in the corner doing nothing but collecting free fish. Okay, so I understand that. That is the problem with the social contract. The social contract was never designed to take care of the lazy. You're going to hear a phrase very often, the sick, lame, and lazy. The social contract is not, by definition, the social contract does not have standards for the sick, the lame, and the lazy. You can have all the way to one polar extreme, like Sparta. They don't have the sick and the lame. Why? Off the cliff you go. I know it sounds horrible. I know it sounds terrible. I'm not endorsing that. I'm saying that is one polar extreme of a society. we eliminate those with birth defects at birth. Go all the way to the other side, which is what kind of America is right now. We don't eliminate the sick and the lame. Yeah, it might have been a pit. And the lazy don't survive the agoge. You're right. The men. The problem we have is that the theory of the social contract is I give up absolute freedom in exchange for security. As long as there's fish in the pond, it's not a problem. But as soon as there's fish in that pond is zero, and there's still a guy left with zero fish, something needs to be done. You're right. But the other problem becomes, and this is where we struggle. A lot of people want socialism, and remember, socialism isn't designed to be a long-term system. And if you think it is, you don't understand socialism. Socialism is a very targeted spectrum for the transition between capitalism and communism. Communism has a huge problem that people who are in favor of socialism and communism don't ever want to address. Communism says everybody is equal, but who enforces that equality? Everybody is equal except those we make more than equal to ensure that everyone is equal. Communism works. Socialism has always worked best as a safety net, not an actual war. No, socialism doesn't work as a safety net. Social systems work as a safety net. Socialism isn't a safety net. Socialism is the transition between private ownership and public ownership. And it's a spectrum. It's a sliding scale. Socialism is you can have, like, Bernie Sanders keeps calling European countries socialist, and they keep turning around and saying, stop calling us fucking socialist. We're capitalistic democratic societies with strong social safety nets. Social security is a safety net. You like sink or swim systems. I don't. I like the idea of socialism that Jimmy Carr said. I think it's a really great working definition. From each according to their ability to each according to their need. Do we have completely helpless people in our society? Yes. Yes, we do. My wife's best friend had a son. He was born with only half his brain. He is in his 20s now, and he will never have the ability or the mental aptitude higher than a 3-year-old. To me, that's cruel and unusual punishment. But not my circus, not my monkey. That's what Bernie Sanders calls himself, a democratic socialist. Right. He calls himself a democratic socialist. Socialist policies should exist because they can be propped up by strong capitalist economy. It should catch the people with zero fish who cannot help themselves. However, it cannot help those who have no accountability or choose to do nothing. Right. The problem is, like I said, every day, you, me, the rest of the chat, we all go out, we each catch 5 fish. And that fucker at the end of the pier never catches a fish. Maybe he's lazy, maybe he's not trying, maybe he's unskilled, maybe he's not a good fisherman. A good society says, hey, look, you don't seem to be able to catch any fish, but you seem to be really good at scaling fish, carving fish. Here's what we're going to do. You are no longer going to attempt to fish. You are going to show up 2 hours after sunrise, and you're going to walk down the line and you're going to pick up all the fish that we've gotten, and you're going to clean them, slice them. And that's how we're going to do it. And we're going to do it that way because now, instead of me having to stop 6 hours in to clean my own fish, I can fish for 8 hours, and fish are already skinned and cleaned, ready for me to have dinner. The acronym of TEAM, Together Everyone Accomplishes More, is a really, really good acronym. It's a really, really great acronym. If everybody does what they're really, really good at, everybody should accomplish all of the tasks that need doing. The problem is some of the work that you're qualified to do is crappy work. I'll give an example. After my mom got sick, my dad arranged to pay me back some of the money that I had lost by buying me a house. He paid the lion's share of the house as a repayment of the money that I had burned through. Well, the house needed a couple of major repairs. One of the major repairs was that we needed to rot out the sewer line. The camera had gone through. It just needed to be rotted out. A whole new sewer line had been put in, but they had never passed where the break was. They never rotted it out properly. There was no rod point. There was no rod there was no saddle on the sewer pipe. So what needed to happen was a hole needed to be dug, the pipe needed to be broken into, a saddle needed to be put on it, a hole needed to be dug, pipe needed to be broken into, needed to rot it out, and then needed to put a vertical saddle on it for a rotting access point. My dad and I know how to break into a cast iron pipe. My dad and I know how to put a saddle on it. My dad and I know how to run a sewer line rotter. My brother doesn't know how to do any of those things. Guess which motherfucker was up at 5 o'clock in the morning digging the hole? Not trying to be rude, not trying to be mean, but my brother didn't have the skill set. My brother didn't have the ability, he didn't have a driver's license. So he didn't have the ability at 7 o'clock to be over at the rental place to get the rotter. My brother didn't know how to put a fucking saddle on a cast iron pipe. He didn't know how to fucking weld. He didn't know how to do anything. My brother was fucking dirty, nasty, filthy, right? He's been in a fucking hole all day. That night when we were sitting on the deck, he brought that up to my father. He's like, I don't understand why I had to dig the whole fucking hole myself. My dad just looked at him and said, well, could you go and get the rotter? No. Could you have broken into the pipe and put the saddle on? No. Then what the fuck other use did I have for you? You have a shovel, you have hands, dig the fucking hole. That's what you're good for. It's why I say, at 12 years old, my dad used to make me work every summer. At 12 years old, carrying roofing shingles up scaffolding, I said, this fucking sucks. I ain't doing this shit for the rest of my life. Why did school suddenly become so damn important to me at age 13? Because I don't want to be fucking climbing scaffolding every fucking day for the rest of my life. So 8th grade, my grades turned around. This shit sucks. Ain't doing this. High school kind of sucked. Did that shit in 2 years. Why? This shit sucks. Part of the confusion is Republicans say everything the left does is socialism. Everyone has a different definition. Yeah,
This feminist completely...
You are absolutely right. Here is the left versus the right. And unfortunately, everything the left does isn't socialism and everything the right does isn't socialism. The left and the right have socialistic aspects. The problem is the Democrats want to take care of the sick, the lame, and the lazy. The Republicans don't want to take care of anybody because they think taking care of people should be charity. You need to divvy that out. Taking care of the sick and the lame is one category. Taking care of the lazy is another category. Do I feel that lazy people that don't want to work should get free food from the government? Fuck no, I do not. Do I believe that people who lose their job should always get unemployment? No, the fuck I do not. Why did you lose your job? Why did you lose your job? You lost your job because you can't be bothered to get to work on time. Fuck you. The movie, The Postman, Kevin Costner. Any man who comes in last isn't hungry enough to eat. Look, man, it's real fucking simple. If you aren't willing to get your ass up at the break of dawn, break your back all day, come home to have a meal, and then go to bed and do it again, you're not willing to do that. What you're really saying is you're not hungry enough to eat. Well, I only have one arm. Cool. We'll find a task for a one-armed man. If the only thing you can do is show up, sit at a table, and use your other hand to check off everybody else that gets here, that's fine. But you're going to get your ass up at sunrise because you are of the nature of the ability to be up at sunrise with everybody else. So you're going to get your ass up at sunrise and you're going to come to the job site. You're going to check the people in and then you're going to sit there. You're going to fucking sit there. And now if somebody says, well, there might be other beneficial things that person could be doing. Cool. What are they? And then we'll redirect this segment of labor to that new task. But we're not going to have people sitting around doing nothing. What can you do? Fraud will always occur with the socialistic policies. That's why the whole Stop Nick Shirley Act in California was wild. Wanting to stop someone seems so absurd to me. That's because when you start to attack corruption, when you start to attack fraud, you're putting your hands on a lot of people's piggy bank. One of the things with the mafia, if you read stories from the mafia, everybody starts skimming. There's a mafia boss and he says, this is bullshit. Everybody's skimming. And he says, yeah, boss, but we don't pay him shit. Everybody has their little skim. He's like, yeah, but only 60% of the money is getting to us. And he's like, wait a minute, how much? 60. Well, we should be getting 72. So they walk back down the line and they start beating the shit out of people. Be like, we know you're skimming, but you're only supposed to take 3%. That's why I always make the joke with people. If you ever win the big Powerball lottery, I'm the guy you should call. Because I'm going to be the buffer between you and all the lawyers and accountants and all those other people. And I'm outright going to fucking tell you this. I'm outright going to tell you. If you win $500 million, well, that's what you clear after one of these Powerball winnings. You got $500 million. I'm going to take my 4%. I'm going to take $20 million off of your 500. But I'm going to make sure the lawyers and the accountants and the investors and all those other fucking eels, those leeches, they don't take you for half. I think I'm a bargain at 4%. You give me 20 million, you're still sitting on 480, and I'm going to make sure the lawyer and the accountant don't take you for half. Well, I wouldn't need a person to do that. I'm smart. Yeah, so is Nicolas Cage, and where's all his money? Nicolas Cage had to make a whole series of bullshit movies to get out of his tax debt. Yeah, that fraud is a direct attack on their voter base. Why is it that states... First of all, why is it everybody so against having to show a photo ID at voting? Why is everybody so fucking against this? All of a sudden, showing a photo ID to vote is a big thing. You got to show a fucking photo ID to get on an airplane. You have to carry a photo ID with you in order to drive. But you're against having to show a photo ID to vote? Jay gonna earn a fee for helping manage the money and also start his own game studio money if he wants. Yeah, right? Dane Cook and Steve Harvey thought they were smarter than that, and they both got fucked by the fam. Well, hold on. Steve Harvey's was about as terrible as it can be. If you're not familiar, Steve Harvey, the host of Family Feud, for 7 years he went to his accountant's office, got his taxes done, wrote a check. The accountant was cashing the checks and never sending the money to the IRS. When the accountant died, Steve Harvey found out, holy shit, I'm in tax default. Now, that's a little bit different from Wesley Snipes, who just said, fuck it, I'm not going to pay my taxes.
This feminist completely...
Most feminists do completely embarrass themselves because feminism is a stupid ideal. Feminism is equal rights for women. You don't really have to sell that one. You don't have to go over the board with that. Hey, equal rights for women. Cool, got it. Fist bump.
So you're telling me that my only option here is to accept what you have put here because that's what your appraiser said, or to go through my client's own insurance? Those are my only two options?
Exactly. Those are the two options that we have.
Right, but that's completely false. I can just sue your driver and we can go to court and I can get my full diminished value there.
Understand, we are not able to pay more than what the appraisal clause more than what the appraisal has stated, unless he wants to go and invoke his appraisal clause with his own company. but we're not.
Well, let me
able to
put it this
offer
way.
you- Yes.
When we go to court and I file my lawsuit against your driver, my appraiser is going to come to court and say 7,000. Your appraiser is going to come to court and say 1,500. The absolute worst case scenario for me is the judge awards 1,500. So
That's what I don't fucking understand about insurance. Like, most people don't understand that. And this applies directly to the Stephen Sharif lawsuit bullshit that he's going through. If your offer to me is $1,500 and what I believe I'm owed is $7,500, my suing you doesn't suddenly turn this $1,500 into a zero. Like, do you want the ass pain of going through a lawsuit and the time, the money, the fucking pain in the ass and all of that? Or do you want to understand that we should probably move this number a little closer to 7,500 in the hopes that then I don't go to a lawsuit? I hate insurance companies. My wife's car was totaled. Not because it was like completely T-boned, but because of where it was hit. There was more than half the value of the vehicle. My own insurance company fucking lowballed me. I called my insurance company. I was like, you guys gave me the absolute worst fucking appraisal. I said, I went and I pulled this car because I can refuse your check and tell you I want a comparable vehicle. And they're like, yeah, you have that right. I said, first of all, you and I are under the belief that the other driver is at fault. So why the fuck would you generate a document at $11,000 before you get theirs? Because if you accidentally get requested all of the documents for this file and you send that $11,000, they're not going to offer me more than $11,000. I said, second of all, I reject your $11,000. I would rather you replace it with a comparable vehicle. And they're like, immediately they were like, I was like, how about you take an hour, you bump the numbers, and you get back to me? An hour later, they're calling me and they're like, yeah, we've decided to bring it up to $14,007. And I said, yeah, now we're going to talk about that $14,007. And they immediately said, oh, well, we're not interested in. I said, hold on a second. You're charging me $749 from a higher number because it was like 15.2 or something. You're charging me $750 because my car is dirty. And they're like, yeah. I'm sorry that I didn't have a fucking chance to get out the fucking steam cleaner and clean the seats because a drink spilled during the accident. I said, so if you're going to take me off $750 for this bullshit, then have your appraiser meet me back out there tomorrow because I'm going to go and I'm going to bring my steam cleaner and I'm going to clean all the fucking seats. I'm going to wipe down, like, you want me to clean the fucking dashboards and shit? Like, this is stupid. Yeah, like I would have done if I was going to sell the car. Yeah. So I ended up walking them back to like 14.9. And then the other company said, well, we're not even going to do an appraisal because we think you're at fault. About 6 months later, USAA needs my wife to make a statement because they have to sue the other car insurance provider. All the while, they're all fucking bickering back and forth. And it's like, we need to get out of this mentality of what the car is worth. We need to get back to the mentality of, this is how much I need to get into a serviceable, drivable vehicle. I don't need $14,007. I need a fucking car. When my daughter's Altima got totaled, she was driving a 4-door large sedan. I ended up putting her into a Hyundai with a hatchback because it's what I could afford when I got the check. I didn't buy it because I really wanted her to have it. I bought it because I called the dealership and I said, this is about how much I have to spend. Let's do it.
So you're telling me that my only option here is...
Yes, that's what they're telling you. Where is this numbnuts? This numbnuts? This kid kills me. This kid absolutely kills me.
If she didn't earn that nomination at all, how come she was able to throw together a better campaign and platform than Trump?
If she had a better campaign and platform than Trump, then why did she lose?
Okay, that right there. At this point right here, he's lost the argument. Look, I don't care if you're a lifelong Democrat and you're upset that Kamala Harris didn't win. She might have had a better platform, but I want you to listen again what he said. It's really important.
If she didn't earn that nomination at all, how come she was able to throw together a better campaign and platform than Trump?
A better campaign. A better campaign would indicate that you won the election.
If she had a better campaign and platform than Trump, then why did she lose?
Because she had 170 days to campaign to the American people. He had 10 years. Not to mention, propaganda spreads like a wildfire. Answer my question, they're genuine.
Then how would you define it as better
if she didn't earn it and she was completely unqualified, how come she had a better platform
I didn't say
than
that.
Trump?
If again, define better because she lost.
Better?
And not only did she lose, she lost every swing state.
Yeah. Are you familiar with what an ad populum logical fallacy is?
An ad populum logical fallacy is an important thing to understand. Just because a lot of people believe something doesn't make it right. But when you're talking about a fucking election, you cannot use ad populum logical fallacy in an election because the will of the people is what determines the outcome of the fucking election. Yeah, Dean over here, he speaks better than he thinks. You cannot have a situation where you're talking about an election and ad populum fallacy doesn't apply. Just because a lot of people believe that Donald Trump should be the president doesn't mean he should be the president. Did they vote? Yes. Did Donald Trump win the popular vote? Yes. Did he win the Electoral College vote? Yes. Did he win all of the swing states? Yes. His campaign was better. I don't think his campaign was better. Well, his campaign didn't burn through $1 billion to produce a loser.
Assume not.
Sure, explain it.
So an ad populum logical fallacy is where you attempt to argue that because a lot of people think something's true, it is therefore true, or because a lot of people don't think something is true, it's therefore false, right? And the way that you're using this fallacy is by saying that because Kamala Harris lost the election and more people voted for Trump, this must necessarily mean that he had a better platform for the country and for the American people. I fundamentally reject that. I think you do too. I would assume that you think that Trump was a better option than Biden in 2020, yet Biden did win, meaning that from your perspective, Biden was better than Trump.
I think you're doing a lot of yapping, considering your original point was that Kamala had a better platform and campaign. Considering she lost, we can definitely say categorically, empirically, it was therefore not better.
This is why it's important for you to listen to me, because the last argument I gave you absolutely refuted and debunked that claim. Would you like me to repeat myself?
You don't get to refute. You don't get to refute or debunk the American electorate.
Wow,
America went out. We
but
voted.
you know what I do get a refute. If she didn't earn.
So that guy is really, really popular. And that guy needs to be thrown off of a fucking bridge. Because he gets a lot of followership. Because he's yapping and he says nothing. Can say many things about the guy, but he knows how to motivate his people. The problem is he's the Pied Piper. He's leading people down a shitty road. I didn't like Trump's platform, so Kamala's platform was better. There are two components there, and you probably shouldn't combine the two. Who had the better platform? Who had the better campaign? Platform is subjective. Campaign is objective. Well, the Chicago Bulls had a really, really strong team that year. And even though they won the championship, I think the Lakers were better. Excuse me? You think the Lakers are better when they came in second place? Trump appealed to his people. Kamala didn't. Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party made one key clutch mistake. If they hadn't made this one key clutch mistake, they probably would have won the election. The simple thing that they needed to do, in retrospect, and this is as a political scientist, I know I don't bust out that hat very often. What they needed to do is they needed to look at all the money in the Biden-Harris campaign fund. They needed to look at that pool of money, and they needed to say, okay, if Harris isn't the candidate, we can't touch that money. But what we need to do is we need to walk in on opening day of the Democratic National Convention, and we need to release all of the pledged delegates to vote however they want in the first round, for every round. What we need to do is Kamala Harris needs to come in and say, because you want her to be the choice, you need to walk in and you need to say, there's been a lot of confusion because we've never quite had a president drop out, or we've never had a candidate drop out who's the incumbent president. So now we're in a little bit of a problem. Technically, by primary, there are certain electors pledged to vote for Biden, but he's not here. What I would like to do, in conjunction with the Democratic National Convention Committee, what we have done is we have decided we are going to release all the electors. They can vote however they want. We are going to have a good Democratic, like our party name says, first round, second round, third round, until we get to a candidate. If they had done that, either Harris wins or a different candidate happens, but the Democrats don't end up with the ticketing that happened where people who were lifelong Democrats voted for President Trump for president and Democrats the rest of the ticket because they were so pissed off that their voice had been taken away. That they basically were told, we're not holding the rest of the primaries because Biden's dropping out and we're just going to make Harris the presidential candidate. I also want to say this. This country is racist as fuck. And if you don't believe this country is racist as fuck, you haven't been paying attention. We have white president after white president after white president after white president. We get a black male president. It is not a black woman's turn to be president. The next shakeup in the presidency will be a white woman or a Latino man. You will not have a Latino woman and you will not have a black woman be the fucking president before a white woman has been the president. Obama is black. He's black enough for America. Like, we don't need to get into that discussion. He calls himself black. I'm not gonna argue. If the man calls himself black and the black community accepts him, great, he's black. There's no point in watering it down. Because then the next thing we say, okay, well, if we had a black mixed president, then that's going to line up like 9 more hurdles before we get a black woman president. Because if we actually want to say, oh, well, Obama wasn't black, well, then we need a full black male president. A 100% black president who's a male. Don't want to say black male. Then we get the Kennedy administration. I don't want to do that. I just want to recognize this. I don't think this country accepts, maybe a half Asian man. Maybe a Latino or a half Asian man. Not a full Asian. We're not going to get there. And I'm not trying to say I believe that. I'm trying to say, based on the racism of America, that's what's next. Well, I think that we should be a meritocracy and the person with the most... I fucking agree with you. If we were a meritocracy, 48 out of 50 governors would be removed. All of Congress would be removed. All of the Supreme Court would be removed. And the president would be removed. The vice president and his whole cabinet would be removed. If we were actually a meritocracy, none of the people that are running the country would be in charge. The people that are running the country are in charge because the people who have the merit to do it don't want it.
If she didn't earn...
So you're saying that even if a business is closed, it's still racism if they don't let a black person in?
Bigots will always hide behind convenient excuses. In 1823, it was the Bible. In 1923, Jim Crow. And in 2023, they hide behind a sign that says closed.
This is the stupid shit that I hear. Yeah, it's a parody. But this is the stupid shit that I hear. A woman banging on a door to get into a store 10 minutes after the store closes. Because black people can't tell time. I wish to God I was making it up. Woman needs to pick up her prescription. The pharmacy closed an hour before the store closed. She got there 10 minutes after the store closed. They're trying to explain to her, even if the store was still open, which it isn't, we can't sell you anything because we've already put our drawers in the safe. The terminals are shut down. Even if that wasn't the case, we still couldn't sell you your medication because we can only dispense medication while the pharmacist is here. The pharmacist must be here for us to give out medication. Well, you can't expect black people to be on time. That's funny. Every day that I was in the military, there wasn't a 07 showtime for the white airmen and a 0710 showtime for the black airmen. I'm pretty sure that all the black athletes show up at sports games before the first pitch. We got to stop making these bullshit excuses. It's set in reality. It's a dominantly black area, and the stores were closing due to high theft, and they were calling the stores racist for closing. Right. And then the other one is, when you watch that one, it goes on to where a person is, the door is closed, they're not letting people in, and the parody person says that person is racist because they're only turning away black people. And then it's, well, how many white people tried to enter? Well, that's besides the point. Is it weird? But it does, like any negative thing a black person does, all black people get lumped into it. You know, I saw a speaker who really hit home. It was a black speaker. And he said, you've got 4 categories of black people. You have black people, and then ends with the hard R, ends with the A, and then ends the Spanish word. And he breaks it down. And he says, the black people, who make up 20%, hate all these other groups. And, you know, some people don't get that, but white people, we have the same category. You've got white people, and then you got crackers. And white people, we hate crackers too. We hate walking around barefoot, eating a mayonnaise sandwich, fucking your sister, trailer park trash white people. We hate those people too. Like, we have common ground. We hate them too. We've got a problem where people are just want to be racist. I don't want to be racist. I don't give a shit. I hate stupid people. I hate stupid people. I ain't got time to separate people by color. I got the only category. I hate stupid people. What about Jews? Are they stupid? Some of them are. Well, then I hate the stupid ones. You don't hate trailer trash. You only hate it when they break containment. Okay, yes, I'll agree with that. I only hate it when they influence my life. But my daughter's house is a trailer. It's a really nice fucking trailer. I wouldn't have thought it was a trailer. Really nice. Some people are against, I told you, that woman that has a really shitty life. I offered to put her in a trailer. She said she's not going to live in a trailer. What she didn't understand, but by saying that shit and that tone of voice, I'm not going to live in a trailer. And what I said was, if you insult living in a trailer, then you probably need to understand that insulting a trailer when you don't have anywhere else to live is really poor, because you literally insulted my daughter and my wife. I was offering you a place to live. I was offering you a place to live so that your kids wouldn't end up homeless and wouldn't end up in a shelter again. But you didn't, you felt it necessary to have some derogatory comment about a trailer. And now you don't have anywhere to live. Because I'm not about to be insulted. You insulted me, you insulted me because you insulted my daughter. you insulted my wife, because my wife grew up living in a trailer. And no, we're not doing that. I take a trailer over an apartment. I would take anything that I would own that I was building equity. What I told her was, I said, look, I'm not a fucking bank, but I'll do this for you. This is the deal I offered to this woman. There is a trailer for sale. The trailer's in good condition. The only thing it needs is a refrigerator, and I will provide that. By the time you get here, it will have a fridge in it. It'll be tight, it'll be cramped, but in 4 years, a little over 4 years, you'll own it. And then in a little over 4 years, the only thing you'll be paying is the utilities. And yes, I understand that in 4 years, your son will be out on his own. But I get it. It's going to be rough. It's going to suck. It's going to be terrible. But in 52 months, you'll own it. And then you won't have to, you'll be able to scale down. And what I even said to her was, pay me $1,000 a month rent. The minimum you'll ever give me is $500. I'm sorry, the minimum I'll keep is $500. You give me $1,000. You give me $1,000 every month. When you send me the $1,000, if you have a need for up to $500 of that, reach out to me and say, I have need for $500. A medical bill or this, that, the other, whatever the fuck it is. And I'll refund you back. Right? I'll refund you back up to $500. Then in subsequent months, I would expect you to pay $1,100 to get back on the pace, if you can. And if you can't, it just extends out until you own the thing. I'm willing to go 104 months. I don't really want to, but I'm willing to. And it was still, no, I don't want to do that. I don't get people who aren't willing to establish themselves in a viable base. Because what I said to her too was, you won't have to worry about being a single mom because my family will help take care of your family. One of us will come every day and pick the kids up, and we were going to register them in our school district. One of us will pick the kids up every day. One of us will bring the kids to this house, make sure they get homework done in a little bit bigger of a house, yard, until you finish your workday, then come get the kids. I don't understand why you didn't want that. Random question. I love random questions. Random question. My colleague has a new boyfriend who seems to self-harm and drink when things get bad. How can she set a boundary with someone so that they are not weaponized that self-harm in order to get her to do what she wants? Don't leave me or I'll do this. Is that even a thing that you can set before shit happens? Let me stop right there. If you have one half of an equation that drinks and self-harms, the other half of that equation needs to say, look, I really care about you. You're important to me, but I'm putting a full stop on this until you're in a mentally healthy place. Because that is that is a form of narcissistic abuse in the book. I know people don't recognize that as narcissistic abuse, but if you leave me, I'll kill myself. That's narcissistic abuse. That is your needs, your wants, your desires being more important than the other person's everything, including happiness. You can't make that work. You can't make that work. That one person, if you're not married yet, that's not a guilt trip that you're giving up on somebody. That person is a defective unit. All the people I've ever known didn't give warning they were going to kill themselves. That's how some people do, but it's very, very rare. Telling people that you're planning on killing yourself is more often rather than less often a cry for help. I'm not saying that there aren't people who are telling you because they really are on the downward spiral. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I'm saying more often rather than less often, it's a cry for help, which is a good thing that they cried for help. But break. If somebody tells me they're going to kill themselves and I see them the next day, I disassociate that person out of my life. Because you're not going to tell me, like, you were all upset. I came over, we talked, I got you on the phone with your therapist. And then I stepped out because you were on the phone with your therapist. I don't know very many therapists that you can call and be on the downward spiral that don't on their other device have EMS dispatched to your house so that you can go in for your 72 or 96 hour hold, depending on the state. I don't know very many therapists that have a person who's on the spiral that they don't put into an inpatient facility because of the liability. If I finished my license and you contacted me, not through my Twitch, because there's a reason why my Twitch isn't owned by me, it's owned by my corporation. That's why a couple of the people over the years who've come in and they'd be like, I'm suicidal. All I do is I say, hey, what I'm gonna have to do at this point is here's the National Suicide Prevention Hotline number and you're muted. You can't talk now because I'm giving you what you need and I don't want any liability of you bullshitting. You're not my problem and you're not gonna make me your problem. I've given you the I am not equipped or capable of handling you. I find it a bit illogical when people buy these massive houses in the US when having an average income. Not only do you have to pay the upfront cost to buy it, but now you need to spend money to maintain it. Because small starter homes barely exist. No, that's bullshit. Small starter homes do exist. We really need to stop the fucking narrative that small starter homes don't exist. Because if the median home price is $430,000, then 50% of the homes are cheaper than that. Okay? And we gotta stop this bullshit. Define small starter home. Less than 1,000 square feet, 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, but the bath should be a full bath. The bath shouldn't be one of these shitty a shower only deals. If it's a shower only deal, I don't really consider that a starter home. I consider it a place to put your head. But you would have homes at 430 is your if 430 is your median, then you would have 50% of the homes are cheaper than 430, which would mean 25% of the homes are lower than 200,000. As I've done on the show many times, I can type in a zip code and I can find 8 to 10 homes that are starter homes around that zip code. Break. If you pick a place like Celebration, Florida, you're probably going to have to commute closer to an hour. It's heavily area dependent then. Nothing in my area comes close to that. Even the manufactured homes. Okay, what's the area? Instead of saying my area, what's the area? Tell me, give me the closest metropolitan area. Right, if you Beverly Hills, right, you're going to be driving an hour or more. But that's a singleton. If we're basing fucking home valuation for the common person based on Beverly Hills, well, of course it's going to be fucked. That's like saying rent in New York. Well, hold on a second. Manchester, New Hampshire. Okay. You spell realtor.com wrong, it takes you to a sketchy site. Manchester, New Hampshire. Let's see. Sort by price. No. Sort by lowest price. 119,000. As I always say, people tell me a zip code, they say you can't find something. 119,000 right there. Mobile home for sale. 2 bedroom, 1 bath. 125, 159 for an apartment, 183. Okay. So right off the bat, there's 2 mobile homes for sale. If location is your absolute thing, I must live in Manchester, New Hampshire. I right off the bat, I found 2 for sale at 119. 3 standard deviations below the national average. Now, if we do let me see. If we do Manchester, New Hampshire, and we do Bedford, probably the wrong fucking place, probably the wrong direction to go. Bedford was the way wrong direction to go. Holy shit, are you like nestled in like the fucking... Yeah, you are nestled right in the middle of everything. Let me see if I can do it this way. I stopped letting you do it this other way that I used to like to do it. Okay, so let me go back to your original. Let me go back to your original, and then I gotta go to the filters and 50 miles. So where you gave a lot of land for sale. 25,000. Deering, New Hampshire. Let me get rid of all the land and shit. House for sale, 70,000. 79,000. 120,000. 125. That's a piece of shit though. 140. Needs some work. 150. 2 bed, 1 bath, 1,000 square feet. 150. 174. The problem is saying that there's no houses available is always bullshit. What this new generation has done is they've conflated they've conflated location with starter home. Yeah, you might need a little sweat equity, but they're there. See, the problem is I had an argument once with a kid who said I couldn't afford to buy a home in the neighborhood I grew up in. Well, yeah, no shit, because the neighborhood you grew up in the neighborhood that you grew up in has 20 years or more of maturation. Phoenix, Arizona. Don't even get me started with Phoenix, Arizona. There's always tons of fucking places. 159, 138, 159, 160. 173 at foreclosure. 170. But if Phoenix is a shithole. What you really want to do with Phoenix is you want to go to Scottsdale and draw your 50-mile radius around Scottsdale so it takes you out. Well, what if I work in Phoenix? Yeah? What have I said about working in a metropolis? It takes a lot. You need to be successful to work inside of the metropolis, because living inside of the metropolis has location value. Why do you have a job in Phoenix? Because that's where my job is. Does it pay you enough to live in Phoenix? No. But I like the area. Oh, so you're paying for nicety. You're paying for what you like. I worked in Chicago. I lived in the suburbs. When my company needed me available like 24 hours a day, I said, look, guys, I live an hour away. This bullshit, me running back to the office, this ain't gonna work. They got me an apartment. That was really nice. Could I have afforded that apartment? Fuck no, I could not have. Would I have paid rent? Would I have paid almost $2,000 a month in rent for an apartment? Fuck no, I would have put that into my fucking house. There's always, if you're picking a place that's so exclusive, do you have a job that supports that? No? Well, then you're in the wrong fucking area. But for us to say there's no starter homes, there's plenty of starter homes. You gotta go to where the fucking people are starting. Well, this town was established in 1960. Oh, there's not gonna be starter homes there. Why? Well, there might be. There might be older, quaint starter homes, but then they're gonna be retrofitted. Anyway, it's 2:00. I gotta go. I will see you guys on Wednesday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment